Yuk, keluar.
Fighter masuk.
Bro, yuk. Atur balutnya.
Aman dan nyaman bersama Servo.
Aplikasi Relawan Pemadam Kebakaran atau aplikasi Redcar merupakan bagian dari sistem informasi pemadam kebakaran dan penyelamatan. Aplikasi ini menyediakan layanan registrasi dan database relawan pemadam kebakaran dan dapat diakses oleh para petugas damkar, anggota Redcar. Kebakaran atau aplikasi Redcar merupakan bagian dari Sistem Informasi Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan. Aplikasi ini menyediakan layanan registrasi dan database relawan pemadam kebakaran dan dapat diakses oleh para petugas damkar, anggota Redcar, serta masyarakat seluruh Indonesia. Melalui platform ini, masyarakat dapat berpartisipasi dan bergotong royong untuk memberikan perlindungan diri dan lingkungannya dari ancaman dan dampak kebakaran dengan mendaftarkan diri sebagai anggota Redcar. Bagi masyarakat yang ingin bergabung menjadi anggota Redcar, dapat melakukan pendaftaran melalui aplikasi Redcar Sipadam dengan mengisi biodata dan mengupload identitas. Selanjutnya, data pendaftar akan diverifikasi oleh Dinas Damkar. Jika memenuhi syarat, keanggotaan akan ditetapkan melalui SK Kepala Dinas Damkar. Setelah tahapan tersebut, akan terbit KTA atau kartu tanda anggota Redcar yang dapat didownload langsung melalui handphone atau website. Aplikasi Redcar diharapkan dapat mempermudah masyarakat untuk terlibat sebagai anggota Redcar dalam rangka memberikan perlindungan bagi segenap masyarakat Indonesia.
Kami, Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan Indonesia, hadir untuk memberikan rasa aman dan nyaman kepada masyarakat.
Tur, baliknya.
Aman dan nyaman bersama Servo.
Aplikasi Relawan Pemadam Kebakaran atau aplikasi Redcar merupakan bagian dari Sistem Informasi Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan. Aplikasi ini menyediakan layanan registrasi dan database relawan pemadam kebakaran dan dapat diakses oleh para petugas damkar, anggota Redcar, serta masyarakat seluruh Indonesia. Melalui platform ini, masyarakat dapat berpartisipasi dan bergotong royong untuk memberikan perlindungan diri dan lingkungannya dari ancaman dan dampak kebakaran dengan mendaftarkan diri sebagai anggota Redcar. Bagi masyarakat yang ingin bergabung menjadi anggota Redcar, dapat melakukan pendaftaran melalui aplikasi Redcar Sipadam dengan mengisi biodata dan mengupload identitas. Selanjutnya, data pendaftar akan diverifikasi oleh Dinas Damkar. Jika memenuhi syarat, keanggotaan akan ditetapkan melalui SK Kepala Dinas Damkar. Setelah tahapan tersebut, akan terbit KTA atau kartu tanda anggota Redcar yang dapat didownload langsung melalui handphone atau website. Aplikasi Redcar diharapkan dapat mempermudah masyarakat untuk terlibat sebagai anggota Redcar dalam rangka memberikan perlindungan bagi segenap masyarakat Indonesia.
Kami, Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan Indonesia,
hadir untuk memberikan rasa aman dan nyaman kepada masyarakat.
Komitmen untuk hadir dan siap setiap saat.
Pantang pulang sebelum padam. Walaupun nyawa taruhan.
Mohon izin kami sampaikan kepada peserta yang telah berada di tempat acara, jika di depan Bapak Ibu terdapat kursi yang kosong, berkenan untuk mengisi kursi kosong di depannya terlebih dahulu, karena sebentar lagi acara akan segera dimulai. Kami informasikan kepada Bapak Ibu yang di depannya terdapat kursi yang kosong, berkenan untuk mengisi kursi kosong terlebih dahulu, karena sebentar lagi acara akan segera dimulai.
Aplikasi relawan pemadam kebakaran atau aplikasi Redcar merupakan bagian dari sistem informasi pemadam kebakaran dan penyelamatan. Aplikasi ini menyediakan layanan registrasi dan database relawan pemadam kebakaran dan dapat diakses oleh para petugas damkar, anggota Redcar, serta masyarakat seluruh Indonesia. Melalui platform ini, masyarakat dapat berpartisipasi dan bergotong royong untuk memberikan perlindungan diri dan lingkungannya dari ancaman dan dampak kebakaran dengan mendaftarkan diri sebagai anggota Redcar. Bagi masyarakat yang ingin bergabung menjadi anggota Redcar, dapat melakukan pendaftaran melalui aplikasi Redcar Sipadam dengan mengisi biodata dan mengupload identitas. Selanjutnya, data pendaftar akan diverifikasi oleh Dinas Damkar. Jika memenuhi syarat, keanggotaan akan ditetapkan melalui SK Kepala Dinas Damkar. Setelah tahapan tersebut, akan terbit KTA atau kartu tanda anggota Redcar yang dapat didownload langsung melalui handphone atau website. Aplikasi Redcar diharapkan dapat mempermudah masyarakat untuk terlibat sebagai anggota Redcar dalam rangka memberikan perlindungan bagi segenap masyarakat Indonesia.
Kami, Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan Indonesia,
Hadir untuk memberikan rasa aman dan nyaman pada masyarakat.
Komitmen untuk hadir dan siap setiap saat.
servo.
Aplikasi Relawan Pemadam Kebakaran atau aplikasi Redcar merupakan bagian dari Sistem Informasi Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan. Aplikasi ini menyediakan layanan registrasi dan database relawan pemadam kebakaran dan dapat diakses oleh para petugas damkar, anggota Redcar, serta masyarakat seluruh Indonesia. Melalui platform ini, masyarakat dapat berpartisipasi dan bergotong royong untuk memberikan perlindungan diri dan lingkungannya dari ancaman dan dampak kebakaran dengan mendaftarkan diri sebagai anggota Redcar. Bagi masyarakat yang ingin bergabung menjadi anggota Redcar, dapat melakukan pendaftaran melalui aplikasi Redcar Sipadam dengan mengisi biodata dan mengupload identitas. Selanjutnya, data pendaftar akan diverifikasi oleh Dinas Damkar. Jika memenuhi syarat, keanggotaan akan ditetapkan melalui SK Kepala Dinas Damkar. Setelah tahapan tersebut, akan terbit KTA atau kartu tanda anggota Redcar yang dapat didownload langsung melalui handphone atau website. Aplikasi Redcar diharapkan dapat mempermudah masyarakat untuk terlibat sebagai anggota Redcar dalam rangka memberikan perlindungan bagi segenap masyarakat Indonesia.
Kami, Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan Indonesia,
hadir untuk memberikan rasa aman dan nyaman kepada masyarakat.
Komitmen untuk hadir dan siap setiap saat.
Mohon izin kami sampaikan kepada Bapak Ibu yang telah berada di tempat acara, jika di depan Bapak dan Ibu terdapat kursi yang kosong, dan jika terdapat kursi yang kosong di paling depan, berkenan untuk mengisi kursi kosong terlebih dahulu. Kami informasikan kepada Bapak Ibu peserta yang telah berada di tempat acara, jika di depan Bapak dan Ibu terdapat kursi yang kosong, terutama kursi paling depan, berkenan untuk mengisi kursi kosong terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih.
Cek. Cek satu. Cek. Cek. Cek.
nyaman bersama Servo.
Kami ucapkan selamat datang kepada pelaksana harian Direktur Jenderal Bina Administrasi Kewilayahan di Jakarta International Expo. Bapak Ibu hadirin, acara akan segera dimulai. Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya dan Mars Pemadam Kebakaran. Hadirin disilakan duduk kembali. Yang terhormat pelaksana harian Direktur Jenderal Bina Administrasi Kewilayahan, yang kami hormati Ketua Dewan Indonesia Fire and Rescue Foundation. Tak lupa kami menyapa para narasumber yang telah hadir, para Kepala Dinas Pemadam Kebakaran, serta Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, suatu karunia dari Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Pada kesempatan kali ini kita masih diberikan nikmat kesehatan sehingga dapat berkumpul bersama dalam acara Workshop Standar Sistem Proteksi Kebakaran dengan tema Tantangan dan Solusi Kebakaran yang diselenggarakan oleh Indonesia Fire and Rescue Foundation. Untuk itu mengawali acara pada hari ini, marilah kita berdoa bersama yang akan dipimpin oleh Bapak Fawaz.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Sebelum memulai acara pada hari ini, mari kita menundukkan kepala sejenak, berdoa kepada Allah SWT sesuai agama dan kepercayaan masing-masing. Izinkan saya berdoa secara agama Islam. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazida. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma shalli ala sayidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayidina Muhammad. Ya Allah, ya Rabb, kami mengharap rahmat dan ridho-Mu agar kegiatan yang kami laksanakan pada hari ini dapat bermanfaat bagi masyarakat melalui terbangunnya komitmen bersama untuk senantiasa melakukan perbaikan terhadap tata kelola di bidang penanggulangan kebakaran. Ya Allah, Zat yang Maha Mengetahui, kami memohon kepada Engkau, berikanlah kami kemampuan untuk memahami, kekuatan untuk bersinergi, dan kesadaran untuk senantiasa memperbaiki diri, sehingga kami mampu mengemban amanat yang berat yang Engkau berikan untuk melayani masyarakat sesuai tugas dan fungsi di bidang penanggulangan kebakaran. Tunjukilah kepada kami jalan yang lurus, sehingga kami dapat mengambil keputusan yang terbaik yang Engkau ridhoi. Ya Allah, Zat yang Maha Agung, kabulkanlah permohonan kami. Rabbana zolamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khosirin. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bapak Ibu yang berbahagia, selanjutnya mari kita dengarkan laporan pelaksanaan kegiatan yang akan disampaikan oleh Pelaksana Harian Direktur Manajemen Penanggulangan Bencana dan Kebakaran, Direktorat Jenderal Bina Administrasi Kewilayahan. Kepada Bapak Pramudia Ananta Boga SOS MSI disilakan.
Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, menjelang siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang terhormat Bapak PLH Direktur Jenderal Bina Administrasi Kewilayahan, Bapak Dr. Amran. Yang kami hormati Chairman of the Board Indonesia Fire and Rescue Foundation. Yang terhormat Project Direktur PT Napindo Media Asatama, yang kami hormati para narasumber dan moderator, yang kami hormati para Kepala Dinas Pemadam Kebakaran, serta Kasatpol PP atau perangkat daerah yang menyelenggarakan urusan kebakaran seluruh Indonesia, baik provinsi dan kabupaten kota, serta para undangan yang diundang pada hari ini antara lain Danish Institute of Fire and Security Technology Denmark, Standar and International Research Institute of Malaysia, IFRF New Fire Challenge, FM Global, FM Approval, serta Bapak Ibu yang tidak dapat kami sebutkan satu persatu. Pertama-tama marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, karena atas berkat karunia-Nya sehingga pada hari ini kita dapat menyelenggarakan Indo Fire Act 2024 Expo and Forum. Dalam hal ini adalah workshop Challenge and Solution yang dilaksanakan oleh Kementerian Dalam Negeri melalui Direktorat Jenderal Bina Administrasi Kewilayahan dengan berkolaborasi dengan PT Napindo Media Asa Tama dan Indonesia Fire Rescue Foundation. Pada kesempatan yang baik ini, perkenankanlah kami selaku penanggung jawab kegiatan ini mengucapkan terima kasih atas kehadiran Bapak PLH Dirjen yang berkenan hadir untuk membuka acara ini. Ucapan terima kasih juga kami sampaikan kepada Chairman of the Board IFRF dan Project Director PT Napindo Media Asa Tama serta seluruh tamu undangan yang hadir baik secara langsung maupun secara virtual. Kami laporkan juga Bapak PLH Dirjen hari ini juga dihadiri secara virtual, secara langsung melalui YouTube maupun Zoom Ditjen Bina Administrasi Kewilayahan, dihadiri oleh Damkar seluruh Indonesia. Kemudian apresiasi terima kasih kepada para narasumber juga yang telah berkenan hadir pada kegiatan kali ini berbagi pengetahuan dengan kita semua. Selanjutnya panitia perkenankanlah kami untuk melaporkan kepada Bapak Dirjen dan para undangan yang hadir beberapa hal sebagai berikut. 1. Latar belakang. Kemendagri selaku pembina umum dan teknis penyelenggaraan sub urusan kebakaran bertanggung jawab untuk melaksanakan pembinaan dan pengawasan terhadap penyelenggaraan sub urusan kebakaran di daerah provinsi maupun kabupaten kota seluruh Indonesia dengan menyelenggarakan kewenangan dalam hal standarisasi, sertifikasi sumber daya manusia dan sarana prasarana pemadam kebakaran serta penyelenggaraan sistem informasi kebakaran. Dalam rangka melaksanakan pembinaan teknis di bidang urusan kebakaran kepada pemerintah daerah, Kementerian Dalam Negeri senantiasa berupaya untuk mengoptimalkan kualitas mutu layanan yang mana salah satunya adalah melalui pengembangan wawasan di bidang teknologi penanggulangan kebakaran sehingga dapat diperoleh berbagai referensi yang terbaru dalam penyusunan dan penetapan standar di bidang pemadam kebakaran dan penyelamatan di Indonesia. Salah satu strategi yang ditempuh adalah dengan menyelenggarakan seminar internasional di bidang penanggulangan kebakaran yang mengangkat topik isu-isu terkini dalam penanggulangan kebakaran sekaligus memperkenalkan sarana prasarana dan teknologi terbarukan kepada seluruh pemangku kebijakan dan pemangku kepentingan di bidang penanggulangan kebakaran, khususnya Dinas Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan di seluruh provinsi se-Indonesia dan kabupaten kota se-Indonesia. Sehubungan dengan hal tersebut, maka Kemendagri dengan bekerja sama dengan PT Napindo Media Asa Tama dan IFRF akan menyelenggarakan seminar internasional dan Fire Expo dengan mengangkat tema Indonesia Fire Management Challenge and Solution, yang mana forum ini akan menjadi tempat diskusi yang konstruktif melalui pengenalan teknologi terbarukan, pembahasan penyelarasan program kegiatan, inovasi daerah serta persoalan dan tantangan yang dihadapi oleh pemerintah daerah dalam penyelenggaraan sub urusan kebakaran. 2. Tahapan kegiatan. Kegiatan ini dilaksanakan melalui 2 tahapan. Yang pertama adalah seminar internasional penanggulangan kebakaran dan yang kedua adalah Indonesian Fire Expo 2024 yang juga dapat kita saksikan di ruangan ini. 3. Tujuan kegiatan. 1. Dilaksanakan sebagai wadah untuk mempertemukan berbagai profesional dan expert di bidang penanggulangan kebakaran untuk menyajikan teknologi terbaru dalam bidang penanggulangan kebakaran seperti manajemen kedaruratan, keselamatan kebakaran, teknologi informasi kedaruratan, keamanan B3, penyelamatan di air, keselamatan kebakaran hutan lahan serta penyelamatan non-kebakaran. Sebagai wadah untuk memperkenalkan produk-produk dalam bidang penanggulangan kebakaran dan penyelamatan yang mencakup peralatan kebakaran, truk pemadam kebakaran, alat pelindung diri, perlengkapan perlindungan kebakaran aktif dan pasif yang mengutamakan berbagai penerapan teknologi terbarukan. 4. Penerimaan manfaat kegiatan. Yang pertama adalah Kemendagri, yang kedua kementerian lembaga yang terkait, yang ketiga adalah pemerintah provinsi dan kabupaten kota serta pelaku usaha di bidang penanggulangan kebakaran. 5. Waktu dan tempat pelaksanaan. Seminar Internasional Penanggulangan Kebakaran dan Indonesia Fire Expo 2024 akan dilaksanakan dalam satu rangkaian acara pada tanggal 18 sampai 20 September 2024 2024, di mana seminar internasional sendiri kita laksanakan pada hari ini, yaitu hari Jumat 20 September 2024, bertempat di Jakarta International Expo Kemayoran, Jakarta Pusat. Demikian beberapa hal yang dapat kami laporkan. Selanjutnya dengan hormat kami mohon perkenan Bapak PLH Direktur Jenderal Bina Administrasi Kewilayahan dapat menyampaikan sambutan sekaligus membuka secara resmi kegiatan Indo Firec 2024 Expo and Forum, yakni Workshop Fire Challenge and Solution. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua.
Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, selanjutnya marilah kita dengarkan sambutan dari Ketua Dewan Indonesia Fire and Rescue Foundation kepada Bapak Dr. Haji Subejo SH MSI. Dengan hormat disilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi and good morning for distinguished guests. Selamat datang dan welcome to Jakarta. Yang saya hormati Pelaksana Harian Direktur Jenderal Bina Administrasi Wilayah Kemendagri Bapak Dr. Amran, Bapak Pramudyananta Doga selaku Pelaksana Harian dari Direktorat Manajemen Bencana dan Kebakaran, para narasumber dan moderator, special our partner from DBI, Mr. Jasper Dirklet, welcome to Jakarta and thank you, and team, and also representative from SIRIM, FM Global, Hilt, Zephyr, Hydrocor, and Serpo, dan para kepala dinas pemadam atau instansi yang menangani pemadam di seluruh daerah di Indonesia, yang juga tidak ketinggalan proyek direktur dari PT Napindo selaku penyelenggara. Ya, mudah-mudahan event ini bisa sukses. Marilah kita bersyukur karena kita bisa hadir pada event yang berbahagia ini, yang penting ini, yang insya Allah memberi manfaat buat kita semua dalam rangka menanggulangi bahaya kebakaran di Indonesia khususnya. Kegiatan workshop ini bagian dari kegiatan Napindo, kerjasama Kemendagri, Napindo, dan Indonesian Fire Rescue Foundation serta pihak sponsor lainnya, merupakan kegiatan yang cukup penting kita ikuti karena forum ini bisa menjadi wahana bagi kita semua yang hadir bisa mendapat ilmu pengetahuan baru yang mutakhir dari para pakar tentang upaya penanggulangan bahaya kebakaran di Indonesia, khususnya di kota besar. Apalagi dewasa ini ada perkembangan baru di mana kendaraan listrik mulai banyak, sehingga itu menarik untuk didiskusikan dan dibicarakan. Nanti juga akan ada pihak yang akan menyampaikan tentang ini, ya, mudah-mudahan kita bisa mendapatkan pencerahan, ya, sehingga kita yang memiliki mobil listrik misalnya sudah bisa mengantisipasi gitu, ya, potensi bahaya yang ada dan bagaimana mengatasinya. Oleh karena itu saya atas nama Ketua Umum Indonesian Fire Rescue Foundation sekali lagi minta maaf kalau ada kekurangan. Terima kasih kepada semua pihak yang telah membantu sehingga acara ini bisa berjalan dengan baik. Mudah-mudahan memberi manfaat buat kita semua. Demikian, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, marilah kita simak bersama sambutan pelaksana harian Direktur Jenderal Bina Administrasi Kewilayahan sekaligus membuka acara secara resmi. Kepada yang terhormat Bapak Dr. Andes Amran MT, Disilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera kita semua. Om Swastiastu, salam kebajikan, salam sehat selalu untuk kita semua. Yang saya hormati dari Mr. Jasper Detri, Danish Institute of Fire and Security, kemudian Standar Industrial Research Institute of Malaysia, Mr. Asmi bin Musa. Terima kasih. Dari FRF New Fire Challenge, Mr. Hirman Jakob. Kemudian dari FM Global, Mr. Rusnah Ko. Super Intelligence System Investor, Prof. Insinyur Yulianto Nugroho. Terima kasih, Prof. Kemudian dari Hydrocor Water Mission for Modern Cities, Mr. Adrian Fang. Kemudian dari Assistant Director Napindo, Ibu Lisa Rusli. Profesor Dr. Insinyur Manlian Ronald Simanjuntak. Terima kasih, Prof. Kemudian Pak Teguh Adi Nugroho. Dan PLH Direktur Manajemen Penanggulangan Bencana dan Kebakaran Kemendagri serta seluruh jajaran para kepala dinas pemadam kebakaran seluruh Indonesia yang hadir pada kesempatan berbahagia ini. Alhamdulillah, puji syukur kita panjatkan kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala, Tuhan yang Maha Esa, atas segala rahmat, hidayah dan berkahnya kita dapat hadir di ruangan ini. Tentunya pada kesempatan hari ini, sejak dibuka kemarin ITE 2024 ini, salah satu event yang kita nantikan adalah Indovirus Expo dan forum ini sangat penting untuk kita bisa menggali berbagai macam pengetahuan, bahkan pengalaman-pengalaman daripada pakar, expert, dan juga kita bisa melihat secara langsung juga berbagai macam sarana yang mendukung untuk bagaimana penanggulangan kebakaran ini bisa ditanggulangi dengan baik. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, kita melihat bahwa keberadaan Dinas Pemadam Kebakaran di Indonesia ini sangat penting sekali. Ya. Dari berbagai kejadian-kejadian kebakaran tentunya kita harus setiap saat meningkatkan pengetahuan, kompetensi yang dimiliki seluruh aparatur. Bukan hanya di dalam negeri kita melakukan seperti ini, bahkan di seluruh dunia, negara-negara lain juga meningkatkan pengembangan kompetensi para aparatur pemadam kebakaran yang mereka miliki. Nah, apalagi di forum seperti ini sangat penting sekali kita bertukar pikiran, wawasan, pengetahuan, dan pengalaman. Kita berharap bahwa forum ini bisa menjadi lebih baik. Kalau kita lihat angka kebakaran, mungkin yang bisa dilihat, ini jangan judulnya terus disorot, ada data bagaimana angka kebakaran, penyebab kebakaran ini yang paling utama adalah kelalaian manusia, ya. 47%. Yaitu dengan kejadian 6.540 kejadian. Kemudian disusul yang kedua adalah arus pendek, 2.213 kejadian. Baru yang ketiga ini kompor atau tabung gas. Ya. Nah, faktor kelalaian manusia ini hampir setengah menjadi penyebab kebakaran. Berarti kita masih kurang memberikan sosialisasi kepada masyarakat pada umumnya. Ini tugas kita bersama. Ya. Nah, maka dari itu ini menjadi sebuah pelajaran bagi kita. Bagaimana mendorong untuk lebih banyak yang memahami pencegahan kebakaran itu. Ya. Kemudian bagaimana kebakaran ini terjadi juga harus didukung oleh sarana-prasarana dalam hal menanggulangi tidak menimbulkan kerugian yang lebih besar. Bapak Ibu sekalian, bahwa kita lihat selain kebakaran juga Dinas Damkar se-Indonesia itu menerima pengaduan terkait penyelamatan. Ya. Nah, ini yang sangat banyak melaporkan adalah terkait dengan pengaduan terhadap penyelamatan hewan. Ya. Bahkan termasuk juga beberapa hewan buas yang perlu diantisipasi. Beberapa kejadian, ada 16.292 kejadian. Nah, ini mulai rescue, 65%. Nah, ini yang kedua, ini agak lucu. Pelepasan cincin. Jadi Dinas Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan itu banyak menerima pengaduan pelepasan cincin. Mungkin ini udah sempit ya, lupa, susah dikeluarkan, tapi itu tidak mudah dikeluarkan kalau tidak ada alat. Nah, Dinas Damkar dan Penyelamatan dianggap memiliki alat untuk mengeluarkan ini. Ya, jadi ternyata 7%, 1.911 kejadian. Sebuah angka pengaduan yang cukup besar. Gitu. Makanya hati-hati ibu-ibu semua, terutama ibu-ibu ya. Atau mungkin bapak-bapak yang sengaja mau lepaskan cincinnya gitu, ada alasan. Karena kalau sudah Dinas Damkar Penyelamatan yang turun lepaskan cincin pasti rusak gitu. Karena harus pakai alat misalnya. Kecuali masih bisa pakai apa? Yang bisa pelicin keluar. Kemudian penanganan pohon tumbang, ini 3%. 903 kejadian. Masih banyak beberapa pengaduan jenis lainnya, tetapi ini membuktikan bahwa peran penting aparatur Dinas Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan sangat dibutuhkan oleh masyarakat. Jadi bukan hanya kebakaran yang harus diantisipasi, beberapa hal penyelamatan juga harus dilakukan terkait dengan beberapa pengaduan. Nah, ini didorong untuk bisa terpenuhi pelayanan publik khususnya bidang damkar dan penyelamatan. Selanjutnya, Bapak Ibu sekalian, tentunya dengan berbagai macam kejadian dan pengaduan penyelamatan ini, maka aparatur Dinas Damkar dan Penyelamatan ini harus ditingkatkan kompetensi SDM-nya, peningkatan kapasitas SDM. Ya. Bagaimana para aparatur ini mampu untuk melakukan penanganan kebakaran dan penyelamatan ini bila kompetensi yang dimilikinya kurang. Ada yang melapor, Pak, kami ada ular berbisa masuk ke dalam rumah misalnya. Kalau dia tidak memiliki, aparatur yang ditugaskan tidak memiliki kemampuan, kompetensi dalam hal penyelamatan terhadap hewan berbahaya seperti ular, maka tidak akan mampu atau berani untuk melakukan penyelamatan. Nah, ini sangat penting nih. Dari seluruh 36.609 orang aparatur, ya, 40% PNS, P3K 10% dan 50% non ASN. Ini kebanyakan non ASN kita. Ini masih proses untuk diusulkan menjadi P3K. Nah, ini hanya 5.319 mengikuti diklat di Kemendagri dan 11.296 di non Kemendagri. Berarti ini masih kurang dari separuh yang mengikuti diklat. Ini harus didorong terus. Maka dari itu, Dinas Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan ini memperhatikan aparaturnya yang belum memiliki kompetensi untuk didiklatkan. Kita sudah mendorong teman-teman untuk menyiapkan diklat baik secara online maupun offline agar bisa meningkatkan kompetensi para aparatur tersebut. Kemudian kita berharap bahwa dengan terpenuhinya kompetensi tersebut, maka tentunya beberapa tugas-tugas yang diberikan itu mampu dilaksanakan dengan baik. Nah, setelah SDM terpenuhi, kita harus melengkapi dengan sarana prasarana. Ya. Dengan sarana prasarana ini menjadi hal yang sangat penting sebagai pendukung dalam melakukan penanggulangan kebakaran dan penyelamatan. Kita bisa lihat sendiri bahwa keterpenuhan pos sektor pemadam kebakaran di Indonesia yaitu 1.009 pos sektor atau 12% dari seharusnya. Ya, ini baru 12% yang terpenuhi dari seharusnya 7.287 sektor. Berarti masih sangat jauh dari angka yang diharapkan. Nah, sehingga ini masih terus harus didorong. Di sisi lain, tentunya dengan surplus sektor yang kurang, surplus juga pasti akan masih kurang. Ya. Kita saat sekarang ini untuk pengadaan mobil damkar misalnya dari pusat itu tidak ada dianggarkan karena memang anggaran kecil ya, terbatas. Maka dari itu beberapa kerjasama dengan negara lain kita lakukan diantaranya dengan Jepang, Korea untuk mendapatkan hibah mobil damkar dari mereka yang masih layak. Yang sudah diterima, diserahkan ini ya sampai dengan tahun 2023 itu 232 unit kendaraan, 174 unit mobil pemadam kebakaran dan 58 unit ambulans. Ya. Nah kemudian saat sekarang ini pemerintah daerah itu sudah menyampaikan usulan kurang lebih sekitar 260 pemerintah daerah hibah ini. Ini pun terbatas. Nah, pihak swasta ini perlu memikirkan bahwa dalam hal penanganan bencana kebakaran mungkin tidak selamanya harus dengan mobil damkar yang besar. Mungkin bisa menyiapkan armada yang lebih kecil, terjangkau pembiayanya bagi pemerintah daerah dengan fiskal yang rendah. Nah, mudah-mudahan dengan pameran expo seperti ini itu muncul solusi teknologi yang baru yang bisa menjadikan sebuah jalan keluar bagi pemerintah daerah yang tidak mampu membeli mobil damkar yang lebih besar, mungkin tipe-tipe yang kecil. Ya, dengan melihat data seperti ini. Kemudian tentunya kita harus memikirkan juga ya bahwa dengan keterbatasan aparatur tadi baru 12% yang terpenuhi sektor, otomatis juga aparatur secara keseluruhan juga belum terpenuhi, maka kita harus didukung oleh relawan pemadam kebakaran dari masyarakat. Jadi pemberdayaan masyarakat untuk terbentuknya relawan pemadam kebakaran atau kita kenal dengan Red Car ya. Ini sesuai dengan Permendagri 364/1/306 tahun 2020 tentang pedoman pembinaan relawan pemadam kebakaran atau Red Car. Saat sekarang ini sudah banyak terbentuk di beberapa daerah, kurang lebih 40.000 anggota Red Car. Kita dorong terus untuk bisa bertambah. Sudah ada 47.886 Red Car yang terregister, tercatat. Ada aplikasi yang kita berikan dan ini kita dorong terus untuk bertambah. Karena ini menjadi salah satu ujung tombak bagaimana pencapaian respon time 15 menit ya penanggulangan bencana kebakaran ini bisa segera ditindaklanjuti. Nah, Red Car di seluruh Indonesia dengan jumlah 47.886 ini juga harus dibekali pengetahuan. Kita setidak-tidaknya di masing-masing dinas damkar terkait itu memberikan pelatihan sederhana yang singkat dan bisa dipahami oleh para anggota Red Car. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, keberadaan Red Car ini sangat penting sekali, sangat kita butuhkan ya supaya bisa membantu. Bahkan di beberapa daerah, di beberapa provinsi, relawan damkar ini sudah melengkapi dirinya secara mandiri dengan armada yang sederhana. Itu. Ada beberapa kabupaten bahkan muncul kerelaan dari masing-masing masyarakatnya untuk memberdayakan di setiap kelurahan ataupun desa. Nah, kita juga berharap bahwa untuk mendukung semakin profesionalismenya aparatur damkar ini, maka OPD, organisasi perangkat daerah di setiap daerah, baik provinsi, kabupaten, kota, itu harus sudah mandiri. Jadi tidak bergabung, beberapa daerah masih bergabung dengan OPD lainnya, biasanya dengan Satpol PP. Nah, ini kita harapkan bisa mandiri. Dari data yang ada, 134 kabupaten kota dan 1 provinsi yang sudah mandiri. Ini kita harapkan. Tetapi masih ada 251 kabupaten kota bergabung dengan damkar, dengan Satpol PP. Kemudian yang bergabung dengan BPBD ada 71 kabupaten kota. Yang Pemda belum merespon, belum menyampaikan, itu ada 53. Nah, ini sudah diatur dalam Permendagri 16 tahun 2020 bahwa OPD Dinas Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan itu harus mandiri dan tidak digabung dengan OPD lain. Ini kita harapkan untuk semakin profesionalnya Dinas Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, harapannya bahwa semakin profesionalnya aparatur Dinas Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan, maka tentunya bencana ataupun kejadian kebakaran dapat ditanggulangi dengan secepatnya sesuai dengan standar pelayanan minimal dan juga semakin rendahnya kerugian diakibatkan oleh bencana kebakaran tersebut. Dan dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, maka kegiatan forum diskusi Proteksi Sistem ini saya nyatakan dibuka. Demikian, terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Berkenan Bapak PLH Dirjen untuk tetap di tempat. Hadirin sekalian, kita akan menyaksikan penyerahan plakat dari perwakilan IFRF kepada PLH Dirjen Atwil dan Direktur Manajemen Penanggulangan Bencana dan Kebakaran. Untuk itu kami mengundang Bapak Direktur, Bapak Ketua Dewan IFRF serta Presiden and CEO IFRF untuk menuju ke depan. Penyerahan pertama dari Presiden and CEO IFRF kepada PLH Direktur Manajemen Penanggulangan Bencana dan Kebakaran. Selanjutnya dari Presiden and CEO IFRF kepada PLH Direktur Manajemen Penanggulangan Bencana dan Kebakaran. Selanjutnya sesi foto bersama. Mohon izin, sesi foto akan kami pandu. Dalam hitungan 1, 2, 3. Dengan tangan kanan mengepal. Dalam hitungan 1, 2, 3. Selesai. Kami persilakan Bapak Presiden and CEO IFRF tetap untuk kembali ke tempat. Selanjutnya kami mengundang Asisten Project Director PT Napindo untuk menuju ke depan memberikan plakat. Dan kepada Bapak berkenan untuk tetap di tempat. Pemberian pertama dari PT Napindo kepada PLH Direktur Dirjen Bina Administrasi Kewilayahan. Selanjutnya kepada PLH Direktur Manajemen Penanggulangan Bencana dan Kebakaran. Dilanjutkan dengan sesi foto bersama. Selanjutnya dari PT Napindo kepada Ketua Dewan IFRF. Selanjutnya dilanjutkan dengan sesi foto bersama. Mohon izin, sesi foto akan kami pandu dalam hitungan 1, 2, 3. Selanjutnya dengan tangan kanan mengepal. Dalam hitungan 1, 2, 3. Kami persilakan Bapak dan Ibu menuju tempat yang telah ditentukan untuk melaksanakan foto bersama dengan para peserta. Mohon izin kepada para peserta disilakan untuk berdiri di hadapan kursi masing-masing. Mohon izin sesi foto kami pandu dalam satuan hitungan 1, 2, 3. Dengan tangan kanan mengepal dalam hitungan 1, 2, 3. Selesai disilakan duduk kembali. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, demikianlah rangkaian acara pembukaan pada hari ini selesai. Acara akan dilanjutkan dengan pemaparan materi oleh narasumber yang akan dipandu oleh moderator kita. Kepada Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Manlian Ronald Simanjuntak, kami persilakan.
Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Tetap semangat Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Teman-teman Damkar, saya mau mengajak kita semua untuk semangat lebih dulu. Tolong menyambut yel-yel kita, oke? Siap semua? Apa kabar? Siapa kita? Bagaimana situasi? Apakah ada damkar di dadamu? Apakah ada damkar di jiwamu? Mana? 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 Kita berikan aplaus untuk kita semua. So we thank you for the coming. We welcome all delegates, international partner, especially first Indonesian Fire and Rescue Foundation. Ada Bapak Petrus dan Bapak Dr. Subejo. Terima kasih. And also the Ministry of Home Affairs Republic of Indonesia, Kementerian Dalam Negeri Republik Indonesia. Tadi Bapak Dr. Amran sudah menyampaikan pesan-pesan kepada kita semua. So we welcome from DBI, Danish Institute of Fire and Security Technology, Denmark. Thank you for coming. FM Global, FM Approval USA, Ms. Rusna. And also Sirim, Standard and Industrial Research Institute of Malaysia. Mr. Asmi, thank you, we welcome you. Dan juga teman-teman dari Kementerian Dalam Negeri Republik Indonesia, ada Bapak Dr. Wahyu di sini. Pak Wahyu, oh ya. Dan seluruh undangan yang kami hormati. Thank you for coming. So we are going to the first session of International Conference pada sesi pertama ini. So I invite the speakers who will present this morning in the first session. So we welcome Mr. Jasper. So can you come forward? Thank you. And Ms. Blanca, Mrs. Blanca, welcome, please come forward. And then Mrs. Rusna. Yes. And then Mr. Asmi, welcome. Ya, Bapak. So let me introduce, my name is Manlian Simanjuntak from the Ministry of Public House and Housing and Works Republic of Indonesia, Kementerian PUPR. Namun sesungguhnya saya pemerhati fire safety sudah lama dengan Pak Petrus. So, this is a very quiet time, yeah, before we have lunch and also our prayer moment in this afternoon. But we have special guests this morning in the first session. We will look forward for their presentation from all countries, from Denmark, USA, Malaysia. So Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, kita berikan waktu dan tempat, so we will come and give time first for Mr. Jasper for the presentation around 15 to 20 minutes. Is it okay? So, give big applause to Pak Mr. Jasper.
Morning, everyone. Pleasure being here. Peter and all of you, thanks for having us. We are looking very much forward. It's always a pleasure meeting you. My name is Jesper Ditlev, and I am CEO of this Danish Institute of Fire and Security Technology. It's very difficult to pronounce, so we just call it DBI. So instead of remembering this long name, just call us DBI. As CEO of DBI, I've been doing that job for many years. Next year, 25 actually, Blanca. And I've been in the industry for more than 30 years, so I know about it. I'm not a specialist, but I have been working with fire and security for all my life, actually. Fire and security is a matter all over the world, and we have fire protection associations all over the world. Also here in Malaysia, we heard about it, and also in Denmark. I have been chair of all the fire protection associations in Europe for 12 years. I finished last year, and furthermore, I am actually chair of all the fire protection associations in globally, Confederation of Fire Protection Associations International, where Indonesia is a member. Today, we actually plan to show you some of our activities. We plan to show you an activity where Akalu should have been talking about fire safety holistically. That's quite new, and it's another way of approaching things. But we will do that later on because he had to go to a meeting in the ministry. And then Blanca will tell you about fire risk in batteries and electrical vehicles. I don't know how many electrical vehicles you have here in Indonesia, but I can tell you in Denmark, half of all sold vehicles are now electrical. 10% of all vehicles we have are electrical vehicles, so we have them all over. But they are not only in houses or parking places, they're also transported by ferries from Asia to Europe or whatever. So it's becoming an issue. I will tell you a little about DBI and who we are, because we are kind of a complex company, organization, or what you would call us. We prefer to say that we are an RTO, Research Technology Organization. And we are actually an RTO, and we are doing that for the Danish government. So in Denmark, we are a governmental research and technology organization. But we are also a not-for-profit organization, meaning that we work with fire and security, we do commercial stuff, but all the income we have, we let stay in the company. We don't have any shareholders, so no one need to take out money. The money we produce, we have for the services we do, is kept in the company, and they're used for research, for development of new services and new technologies. And then last, we are a commercial company, so we do services in which we are paid. Now you're doing it. Amazing. Our ambition is actually written here. It says, safe and fast to make a difference. When we're talking safety, we need to be safe, but some and often it takes a long time to be safe. But combining the safety and the fastness is actually challenging. But that's what we aim for, because we know when we develop a new technology, a new service, next is that it has to be used in fire brigade, industry, or in society. So that's why we say safe and fast, and by that we hope to make a difference. So that's actually our ambition. Wow. Maybe it went better when you did it, Blanca. Yes. Fire and safety is our topic, and we try to do our best every day, and all employees. As I said, we are approved by the Danish government to do research and development, and we are actually working very closely together with the Danish government. We are doing research for them, but we are also doing a lot of jobs. It could be a job like revising the building regulation. Could also be a job where we look on how is fire safety in Denmark or compared globally. We are also commercial business, and we do a lot of fire testing. We do investigations. We do inspections of sprinkler system, automatic fire detection systems, and we also do certification. And all these activities are accredited. They are accredited by a body in Denmark called Danmark, and Danmark is actually doing the accreditation in compliance with the European accreditation organization. So we are accredited to do all these services. Doing research does not mean that it's used in society. It has to be applied. And therefore we aim to say that we actually try to link academia and industry. And that's also where the fastness is coming into the equation. It's important to do new discoveries, to do research, but it's as important also to have these new investigations, new services, new technologies implemented in industry so it can make a difference. We do a lot of standardization. Being who we are, this is actually crucial for our society, but also for our business. I think when we count, we are in more than 50 different standardization bodies. It could be Danish, it could be a European, or it could be a global standardization organization. Becoming who we are, educating people in society, in industry is very important. So we do a lot of training, we do a lot of courses. And of course, we work close together with emergency services in Denmark, the fire brigade, for example. Just some key figures. I think it's important for me to mention that Denmark is smaller than Indonesia. In Denmark, we are approximately 6 million people, so it's a small country. So we have to when you see these figures, you have to take that into consideration. But we have been in the business for many years. Actually, the first fire test in Denmark on an academic level was carried out in 1896 in Copenhagen, so it's some years ago. And in 1920, DBI was actually established. So we have more than 100 years in the business. We are today around 400 employees. Actually, I don't know because a lot is coming and we are growing all the time. We are normally we are expanding the business by 10 to 15% each year, so a lot of new employees are coming in, and at the moment around 400 employees. And then I think something special. We are 6 million people in Denmark, and in DBI we have, and I think it's more than this, 34 different nationalities. So not all people in DBI are coming from Denmark. Blanca is from Spain, worked in the US and came to Denmark and now moved back to Spain. But we have a lot of different coming from different countries, and you could ask why. Diversity is very important. It's also important when you look on academia and you look on how we can actually accelerate and improve things best possible. And if you want to have the best people in your company, you have to be watching globally. And that's why this is important for us. And that's why I showed you the figure, because I think that's quite unique for a Danish company. As I said, we are doing a lot of service. We serve more than 9,000 customers a year. And we train, I think actually the right figure is 12,000 people we trained last year. And compared to the 6 million living in Denmark, I think that's okay. Our headquarters is in Copenhagen, very easy to access. I think 5 minutes in a taxi from the airport. So if you want to visit us, take the flight to Copenhagen, 5 minutes in a taxi, then we have a coffee waiting for you. We also have offices in Denmark. We actually have 3 more offices in Denmark. And then we have one in Norway, one in Sweden, and one in the United Kingdom. As you see, we are in the northern part of Europe. We have a border to Germany, and we actually do a lot of our services in also Germany. A lot of manufacturers come to DBI to have their product tested in our lab. This to show you that we do a lot of different things. This is actually, you could call it a service chain. From you have a material, you build a house, for example, and then you have a fire. And we can help you in all these phases when it's a matter of security or fire. If we start in the left side, a lot of new products are brought to market. The manufacturer need to have them tested and approved for the market. We help them to do the testing, but we also help them to develop products. It's not so easy to go a test phase, so helping manufacturers do it the right way, maybe change the product a little before it can fulfill the criteria for a test. We do a lot of that, and we have actually increased our activities in this area the last 10 years, because it's becoming very, very important. You know, time is money, and if you could reduce the time and the manufacturer could bring the product to the market faster, then it's very important. So it's very important for the manufacturer that we can help them do this. And of course we all can help them do the testing. Now I said building industry, but we actually work in all industries. It could be wind turbines, it could be maritime area. Also we work with aircrafts and trains. We have customers coming from India testing trains in Copenhagen. Then we also help design construction. It's fire safety engineering mainly. We do have a big business in that area, and it was actually where it all started more than 100 years ago. It was testing and it was fire safety engineering. And then we have a huge activity in, you could call it maintenance, inspection, inspecting water mist system, inspecting sprinkler systems, inspecting automatic fire detection alarms all over Denmark, but also outside Denmark. And then, we don't hope it will happen, but if you have a fire, we can help investigate. It is so in Denmark that if we have a fire, it is up to the police to decide whether there is a crime or not. If there is a crime, the police have to investigate. And we actually do a lot of investigations for the police in Denmark. But it's also becoming very, very normal that insurance companies do investigations, because sometimes there's a lot at risk for them, and that's mainly financially. So they need to know if there is a case, they have a lawsuit, who to blame and who to go to find the guilty ones. So we do a lot of that too. As I said, we do a lot of fire testing. We have at least in Denmark, because we are the only one having a lab, so it's huge in Denmark, our lab. And compared to other places, we have a quite decent lab, I think. We carry out more than 1,000 fire tests a year. It could be a reaction to fire or fire resistance, but a lot of fire tests, standard tests are carried out. We can also do not standard tests, we have other facilities for that, but we have big furnaces where we can do the big fire testing. We have small equipment where we can do testing too. All these are accredited and it's according to European standards. The test demands giving in the European standards for test and classification we can carry out in Copenhagen at DBI. It is so that in Denmark at least, if you have to bring a product to the market, it has to fulfill some criteria given in our building regulation. And all of these tests we can do, and that's how we actually manage our building regulation, and we manage to make buildings with a very precise safety level. So we can do, and we can do buildings different, but they will have the same safety level because we have a system with classification, testing, but also the building regulation is referring to the classification test. It's a European system. I often hear that these large-scale testings are very expensive and it takes a lot of time. And as I said, time to market is important if you're a manufacturer. And that we're working with. So it's always in our mind how to reduce the time coming to market if we're talking with a manufacturer. Therefore, we also do a lot of small-scale testing. And small-scale testing is not the one you can use for having approval of a product, but it will help you make development. And in development, fail fast is also a phrase we use a lot. And small testing is very, very important in doing this research, doing this where we help manufacture to make better products. So we do a lot of small-scale testing, and over there, it's actually a furnace we have developed ourselves, and I think it's the only kind in the world. We do not use it by ourselves alone, but we also sell it to manufacturers because they can do, and they do, a lot of development themselves. So why not help them to make better development? So the furnace you see over there is actually for sale, and we train the people who buy it, the companies who buy it, and then they can operate it themselves. It's quite easy, but they can do a lot more research. They can make better product themselves if they know how to use it. But having small tests is not the only thing we use. We do a lot of simulation too. This for product development, but also it is that when we do testing, we have special sizes, and at least in Denmark, if you're an architect, you would like to increase the door, you would like to increase the construction, and what to do then? Then they go to us and we can make simulations, and from the simulation, maybe the testing, we can predict, is it okay or not in this case? So we do not only do big tests, small tests, we also use a lot of fire simulations in what we are doing. As I said, one of the first things we did was fire safety engineering, and we still do. We are the biggest, we have the most fire safety engineers employed in Denmark. I think we are more than, I think it's approaching 50 fire safety engineers in Denmark, and that's quite a lot compared to what is normal in Denmark. And it's fire strategy, risk analysis, operations and maintenance. We do fire plans, and as I said earlier, we also do a lot for the Danish government to have a building regulation which is always updated, or it is so also if you're part of European Union, things are coming and then they have to be implemented in our regulations, and how to do that, and we are helping guiding the Danish government doing this. And as said, we do a lot of fire investigations. We are carrying out more than 1,000 fire investigations a year, not only in Denmark. It's actually one of our main activities in Norway, in Sweden. This is also a big activity. This is done by accredited people. It's done by very skilled people. A lot of them have a background in industry, so it could be that the guy who is doing fire investigation on vehicles, he was actually trained, educated as a mechanic, and then he had put up maybe an engineering background. So they know how it's working, they know what kind of problems you have if you are dealing with a vehicle. And it's the same for all the other areas. As I said, training and publication is important for us. At least 11,000 people are trained by us every year. Some of this is continuously going on. We are having very, very simple courses as how to use an extinguisher, but also courses where we are on a high academic level, just below university level. And it could be how to be a fire safety manager in a big company. How do you handle this? How do you have the competencies to do your job in best possible? And courses like that. And then we do a lot of publications. I think if we look on how many publications is in our business, I think it's approaching 100 in all kind of different areas. And it's very important for us when we have new things coming as solar panels, for example. What kind of problems can we prevent by making a publication? And that we try to do. Could be the same with batteries. Storage of batteries in homes, for example, that could be a problem. Blanca will show you. But how to prevent, how to do that in a safe way. If that's a problem, we make a publication. And then
Jesper,
we are an RTO.
Jesper, 1 minute.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly timed.
Yes, time.
Yeah. We are an RTO, as I said, and 20% of our turnover is actually R&D projects. So we do a lot of R&D projects, between 20 and 25% each year. And at the moment, the main topics I have shown here for our R&D, it's in the area of building and constructions, it's in energy supply and transport systems, and it's critical infrastructure and defense industry. We are in Europe, and sadly I have to say we have a war going on in Europe, and therefore this is important for us. We didn't believe it was possible, but it was possible, and therefore this is becoming a huge topic in Europe and in Denmark too. This is the main areas, the three main areas where we do R&D. And as you know, we are using too much energy. We are using too many resources from Mother Earth. And that's highly ranked to do research in this in Europe, but also in Denmark. And in Denmark we try to be first movers in these areas. So of course we are focused on the planetary area. How can we use materials which are recyclable, which we can use again, but maybe also a natural resource. So we do a lot of this. It could be insulation made from straw. It could be insulation made from wood fiber. How do that affect the constructions we are working with? If you are a firefighter, it will behave totally different. And how do we handle this? And how do we do it in the right way? That's actually a huge activity for us at the moment, and it will be in the future too. And then we have the CO2 problem. We are using too many resources. We are using too much fuel, actually. I was in Germany last week. There was a big maritime booth there, very, very big one. And the main topic is how to make this transformation from having a ship running on heavy fuel and now maybe using ammonia, maybe using hydrogen, or maybe using bioethanol. They have to change, and we would like to be a part of this, because this is not without problems if you're talking fire, if you're talking explosions. Rebuilding a ship going on hydrogen, that could be dangerous. In Denmark, for many years, we have the harbors, but now in the harbors there is no ships. All rich people are living there. So we have to skip the hydrogen through these areas to the ships, and that's not something they like. How to handle this? This is a big risk, it's a big fire risk, and we have to handle it, and therefore we are in this business. But it is also counting when you're driving a vehicle, or driving a train, or going on a ferry. So this is also a big research area for us. And then resilience. If you're in a war, it's easy to jam your water supply. That's a problem. At least in Denmark, we all have tap water. So if the water supply is polluted, that's a huge problem. How do we deal with this? We are not prepared, but we have to do this. It could be electricity. If you're out of electricity in Denmark, nothing is working. So how do we ensure that we will have a system who can actually prevent and be resistible for others with bad intents to attack it? So that's another big area where we are in. We do more research than this, but that's just to show you that we try to be on the right place, try to be in front, and try to help move the world and also the society forward with the challenges we are facing.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Finish?
Yes.
Yes. Give big applause to Jesper. Okay, to all speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we are running this conference. You may be seated. We will discuss these important things after lunch break. Yeah?
You're more than welcome.
The second one about the state of the art capabilities. Then all the audience will explore deeper about what will you serve with Indonesia. The third one, your DBI engage in fire safety, product development, design, construction, facility management, and then after fire, we are calling it as fire safety industries. So thank you for this like state of the art. And then the last one, we are looking forward for the cooperation about the fire lab tests, simulation and modeling, fire safety engineering, fire investigation, training and publication, and R&D projects. Maybe we will cooperate with Indonesian Fire and Rescue Foundation, and then the IFR Foundation will collaborate with all the stakeholders in Indonesia through the companies, the minister, and also all the partners in education. So thank you, Jesper. So ladies and gentlemen, the second presenter, Blanca, are you ready?
Yes.
Yes, Blanca from DBI will the second presenter. So 20 to 25 minutes, it's enough?
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
Give big applause to Blanca.
Hello, my name is Blanca Andres. I'm a senior fire research engineer at the Danish Institute of Fire and Security Technology. I have worked at DBI for over 11 years in many different topics in fire safety. I actually joined DBI to do my PhD. So I hold a PhD in fire safety from Lund University in Sweden, and I have worked internationally with many other partners. So yeah, the topic of my PhD was experimental assessment and modeling of building constructions exposed to fires. So this brought me to work in many different topics inside fire safety, but my role at the moment, it's somewhere in between consultancy, specialized consultancy in fire safety, and research. And this is very linked to what DBI does. So DBI is a non-profit organization in which we are at the state of the art, and we have to actually fulfill a role within the Danish society, which is to be prepared for the new risk, give answers to the industry in fire-related topics. We manage to do that if we work in close collaboration with universities and other research institutions, so we can be at the forefront of what's going on and then apply it to the industry. And also the other way around, so we can learn what are the needs from the industry, so we can influence the research to have applied results. At the moment, I work in the Energy and Transport Department, in which we do, let's say, non-standardized consultancy work for new energies, transportation projects. And the way we do this is trying to have a transdisciplinary group of people that is looking at the same problem from different points of view in a way that we can have holistic solutions for non-standard problems. And we try to be at the forefront of this. And today, I have been asked to talk about batteries and the battery projects that we have. So I have put a picture here of an elephant in the room because I think this is for now, some years, a topic we are all aware of. We have been seeing cases of battery fires, and everybody that works in fire safety has a perspective into this. From fire safety engineers to firefighters to testing. I name my introduction as new old risks because how different are these risks to these fire risks to traditional other fires. So I'm going to speak about the risks briefly, and then I'm going to talk about the past projects that we are running at the moment and what is our future pipeline on this type of projects in the research. So as an introduction, I think almost everybody here probably has seen videos like this, in which we have a car parked in a car park that goes into thermal runaway, and we have an explosion. So these batteries are safe, yes. However, we keep seeing things like this, so we cannot avoid thinking what happens if safety measures don't work and we end up having an event like this one, or like the following one, in which we have a family just watching TV with their electric scooter, and just the electric scooter starts to release some smoke and very fast goes into this situation. So what are the battery risks? Basically, a battery will be safe, especially if it's new, if it has all the safety systems in place. But there are some instances in which we know that due to a mechanical abuse, a thermal abuse, or an electrical abuse, the battery goes into self-heating, thermal runaway, and then risks of release of toxic gases, toxic flammable gases, jet flames, explosions, ejection of debris, and finally, we can have a fire as well. So I'm going to talk now about our past project, one of our past projects, which was called the ELBAS. It's about electric vehicles at sea. And this project was actually brought to us from shipping companies, which they were worried about what to do. Not if an electric vehicle catches on fire, but when an electrical vehicle catches fire. And this is because they were sure that it's just a matter of time they are going to have a fire in a ship with an electrical vehicle. And they wanted to be prepared and know which are the firefighting techniques that they should use to be successful in putting down this fire. This project was funded by the Danish Maritime Fund, and it actually involved different aspects of an electric vehicle fire going in a ship. So we looked at what are the current practices, so how the crew should act in case there is this fire, what are the things that they are doing at the moment, and if they would be good enough in case of an electrical vehicle. And then we looked at what are the technologies that they were available at the time, and we performed live fire tests. This is what I'm going to present here today, which is our live fire test. We did 9 tests, and we tried to simulate as closely as possible what would be an electrical vehicle fire in board of a ship. So for that, we built a setup in which we constructed, we joined 3 20-feet containers, and we put them together simulating a deck of a boat. In there we put 9 cars, in which the middle car was an electrical vehicle, and it was surrounded very, very tight by traditional combustion engine vehicles. The way we decided to start the fire, we tried to have it as realistic as possible. We wanted to have battery thermal runaways, so we overcharged and short-circuited the batteries. This is opposed, I mean, we were considering whether we should have an external fire. This is also realistic. You can have another fire that actually ignites your battery, but in this case, we wanted to actually check for battery failure. We tested 3 different types of cars in these 9 tests. Some cars were the same, some cars were different. And this is important because actually there is a lot of variability when you do large-scale tests. Even if you have the same car, it might react differently because of the state of the battery, because of the damage of the car. These were not new cars, so we bought second-hand cars. Then it's important also how the battery is encased, where it's located in the car, how easy or how difficult it is for the firefighter to access it. These are the 3 cars, different type of batteries as well. I have to mention that the Tesla car that we tested was a car that had already been in an accident and it was burned, and we just placed a new battery in there. We placed instrumentation in our setup because we wanted to get as much data as possible. We measured data on temperatures inside the battery, temperature on the car, temperature in the surrounded car, also gas temperature in the room, and temperature of the structure. We had as well some optical smoke detectors for this test. I'm not going to present all the data because, as you can imagine, it was a lot of data, but I want to say this is publicly available in our website, so you can download the report and go into all the details of this. Here I mentioned the technologies that we actually tested. We did a combination, so sometimes 2 of these technologies were used at the same time, but I'm here gonna summarize these technologies and how they worked. So we used a fire blanket, a battery extinguishing lance, which was activated manually, a puncher device, which is remotely controlled, then some water curtains. We had standing water curtains and on the floor water curtains, and a low pressure water mist system. So if we go into the fire blanket, this is actually the system that they had in place. It's very easy because you have it in a bag, it occupies very little space, and then the firefighters just have to go and place it in the car. It's very important with this method and many of the other methods, the time in which this is in place, so how long it takes for this system to be in place when you have detected the fire. For this test, because it was for the shipping project, we follow the times that it would take for the crew from the alarm to get ready into the firefighting and go fight the fire. So if we see here, this is the temperature from the battery. This short circuiting took a bit longer. Actually, we had to use an accelerator to make it work. But once the fire started and we placed the fire blanket, we can see how the temperatures dropped. However, not for a long time. So this means that the fire blanket would work to contain the fire in certain situations for some time, but it's not a long-term solution. You will not put down the fire and eventually it will grow and spread. We had then this extinguishing lance, which is a puncher device. It is releasing water at the same time that you are putting it into the battery. For this one, it's very important that the firefighter knows where the battery is and how to put it. I'm going to show you here a video on how we were using this one, the firefighters. So you can see there is some smoke. You can see the firefighters. You need 2 firefighters. They put the puncher in place, and then they need to hit. So you can see how exposed is the firefighter to the smoke, and there is also the risk on damaging another cell and having a bigger fire in this. However, this is the temperature, and you can see that it was very efficient. They managed to put down the fire quite fast. The third one, was a battery puncher device. This is remotely controlled, which means the firefighter doesn't have to go in the room. You just put it here. You can see a picture of the control from the firefighter. So it is safer for them, and it looked quite promising. However, there are certain problems with this, which is you need to precisely know where is the battery and put it in place. And in this case, in this test, actually the device was not able to penetrate the battery totally. We actually had to remove the air from the wheel so it will be down. So it has a promising for the future if it gets improved. However, at this point, there are certain problems. This is the temperature, so you can see it also managed to drop, but eventually it just grew. Then we have a water carting system, which is a water mist-based system. It also requires 2 firefighters, and I must say, from our test, the water mist system were the most efficient to put down or to control the fire only to the initial car and not to spread the fire for the other cars. So you can see here the temperatures, how they dropped. It took some time, but they managed to have it controlled. And this is how the water mist system looks outside. So not in between the cars, but yeah. The standing and similar for the ground water mist system. In this case, it was much easier to put, and the temperatures also follow the same trend of dropping. Here there is a video of the firefighters putting it in between the cars. Activating the water, and then you can see how relatively fast. I mean, it takes some time until it manages to control the fire, but it controls the fire and it puts it down. That's it.
3 minutes, Blanca. 3 minutes?
No. So this is the key parameter is the alarm system and the activation time for this to be successful, actually. And this is the temperature plots for those. Here you can see actually in the FLIR camera how fast it went. So it's 18 seconds to reduce the size of the fire and 78 seconds after it is. So the takeaways is that it is very difficult to repeat tests in thermal runaway, even if you think you know it's going to happen. You know, there are so many variabilities that you might have very different results. Water mist systems were the most successful ones, and however, it is very important that it is linked to detection and suppression on the time. There is, after the test, there was some other tests performed, and there was a paper release. This is a project run by Siemens and Danfoss. It was done in the same test setup that we showed, and you are very welcome to go to the website and download this. It is very interesting. If I talk now about the present projects, which is one of the biggest projects that we have at the moment is the Be Safe project. And this Be Safe project is because firefighters have asked us what happens when they enter a room and there is a battery fire and there is the risk of explosion. They want to know about the tactics that they should follow to be able to be safe and put out this fire and limit the consequences. This is the reason of this. Basically here you can see a fire in a car that is smoking a lot. You see the firefighters very close to the car, totally oblivious of what's gonna happen. They are trying to put down the fire and suddenly you have an explosion. So they know this can happen and they want to know how to predict this, right? And this is how we built this project. In this project we want to look at understanding under which conditions this is gonna happen. And for that, we're going to use our new testing facility, which is a mobile testing facility for batteries. We have built a test setup in which we can test batteries inside a 20-feet container. It is instrumented hood. We can place the battery underneath. We are going to measure heat release rate, gas composition. We have dampened it, so in case there is an explosion, it's controlled. We are also cleaning the exhaust with some water droplets, and we can pick up all the water that is used for firefighting, so we are not contaminating. I can't go into detail because apparently I don't have much time, but you just come to me if you want to know about this. So the project is building up in complexity. We are starting to test at cell level to understand the type of release smoke that we have, the gas composition. Then we go at model level, and then in the last stage we go into a room test where we apply the fire tactics and see how efficient they are. So here is the small scale test. We are putting the cell into thermal runaway by heating with some heaters. And here you have a video on how the first test. These tests are happening as we speak, so I can't present more data, but it is a research project, so it will be public. Here we are heating up the sample, and then there is some release of smoke, and then we can see how there is jet flame. Then the next test we have done, it's at module level, 12 cells of the same, and then we are getting ready the room for the firefighters to go into and do the test. So this is about our present projects and now our future projects that I will summarize on what's coming, and please come to us if you want to know more about these projects. We have a project on international instructions and guidelines, and we are looking into what are the guidelines at the moment for batteries, to understand what are the missing gaps, and to propose new projects, but also to apply these guidelines in Denmark. We have a project on fire forensic analysis for lithium-ion batteries, so we want to go into places where there has been a fire to see what was the result and how to retrofit our analysis before, right? So we can link the case to the source. We have another one which is about particle emissions, and this is because we want to really know what is the difference between a battery fire and a normal fire in terms of toxicity. And then we have one for fire safety engineering and how to define battery fire scenarios for performance-based design. So basically, this is all my presentation. I want to mention that actually we have a battery group that is leading all this work. However, batteries are coming to every single part of DBI, so almost everybody is involved with batteries at different levels in fire safety. So it's a group of people that actually involves almost everybody in the company. So that was all. Thank you for your attention, and if you have questions, then just...
Thank you. Give big applause for Blanca. Firefighting tactics to electric cars, firefighting tactics to residential battery, fire risk, and then the future projects of the pipeline. So thank you, Blanca, for your research in PhD. You emphasize in the battery. Maybe we can discuss after lunch about the electric supply system, maybe. Was that in your research or not in your research? Maybe we can discuss after lunch. So ladies and gentlemen, we still have two guest speakers now. Now Mrs. Rusna will presentate. So about 10 to 15 minutes, okay? Okay. Your time.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rusna Ko. I'm from FM Approvals. I'm based in Singapore office. Presentation. Yeah, so my company, FM Approvals, is a US company based. We have a test lab in Rhode Island, USA. We have the research campus there where all the large-scale fire tests and building material tests was running there. Sorry. Okay. Thanks. Yeah. So today, I would like highlight a short presentations on the fire protection solutions for lithium-ion battery storage and energy storage system. Next slide, please. So FM Approvals, we are focusing on testing and certified product, promote loss preventions. So the focus on our products could be PV panels, roofings, walls, water main system, sprinkler systems, you name it. So anything that related to fire protections or natural disaster protections for the buildings. You can do that. No? No? I think they have to do it from there. Next slide, please.
Next, yeah.
So today, we talk about batteries. I think a lot of presenters today is focusing on the batteries protections. Next slide, please. Okay, battery, I think maybe many people of you knows that battery comes from cell, could be modules, it could be packs or installations into large scales. Next slide, please. So battery energy storage, the hazards evaluations that FM looking at that is a thermal runaway. So thermal runaway is just a chemistry change and then causes a fire after that. So this thermal runaway will propagate affecting the cell next to it. And then finally it will become fire explosions. Next slide, please. Okay, there are many cases. I do not want to know all of them, but some may happen in USA, maybe in Europe. And the next slide, please. Can you give me a next slide, please? So the recently only happened in South Korea. Yeah. So this was a lithium battery plant. Yeah. It's a big fire. This is a situation that there is no protections in the battery plant. Yeah, you can see that the picture on the right, it's a big fire there. Yeah. Next slide, please. So battery, why it will come a thermal runaway and get abnormal? There are three ways. One is electrical, that means the improper charge or discharge. Second factor is thermal, is exposure to the high temperature during transport or maybe in the stationary stage. Third one is mechanical, that means physical abuse, that means battery hits by something and then causes thermal runaway. Next slide, please. So in FM, we do a lot of research in many years on the battery phenomena, thermal runaway, etc. We also do a lot of gas generations. So in FM campus in USA, lithium-ion battery, we use the lithium-ion phosphate modules, 5.2 kilowatts hour, and set up a heating and let it sit there and see what's happening. I'll not be able to see the picture here, but what we find out is after many testing and competing or testing, we see a scenario that the temperature, actually there's a lot of gas. You look at here about 900 seconds, which is 50 minutes, right? So the off-gassing, there's our gas releasing at the lower temperature, below 100 degrees C. and then another less than 50 minutes forwards, and then the thermal runway happens. This is a scenario that we observe after many, many tests. Next slide, please. So FM concern is lithium-ion battery in a warehouse storage. So warehouse storage can come maybe battery in a uncartoned side. I mean the big battery sitting around in the big warehouses. Or maybe it's a carton types. Maybe there's a lot of products already have the battery inside. But in the large scale, many of them put in the warehouses. So we're concerned about such a hazards. Next slide, please. So we do a lot of fire hazards, so how in the warehouse scenario in our test lab. So we do that in terms of the bulk storage of lithium-ion battery in the rack environment. So we set up the rack with many cells, 15,000 polymer cells, and we limit that to 4.6 meter high in the rack. I mean, the stack up 3 level, and then that's the highest that so far we do. And a full-scale fire, we run it at a campus. Next slide, please. So after many running, then we put this into the FM data sheet. FM data sheet is our installation guide. Yeah, so it's a how to put it to manage this type of scenario, big lithium-ion battery pack in the finished good and large battery in the warehouse conditions. Next slide, please. So in this data sheet, which is all our FM data sheet available online, we are in this data sheet 8-1. We recently highlight and revise it, and we want to see that the new cell and module in the open rack scenario, you have to be protected by the sprinkle, and there are criteria for that. Yeah, ceiling height not more than 12 meters. And the battery height not more than 4.6. And the lithium-ion battery, the charge of stage is 60% or less. In this scenario, it can be protected by the ceiling sprinkler system. Yeah. Next slide, please. So from his table under the same data sheet, you can see that as long as less than 60% state of charge, lithium-ion battery in the warehouse, less than 4.6 height on the conditions of the battery positions, and the ceiling on the 12 meters, we need to use large sprinkler head, which is the K22.4 or K25, or you can convert it to 320 or 360. Yeah. So this is a good guideline for public to use it, because these data sheets are available online. So anyone can download it. There are also Indonesian versions. Of course, Indonesian version is 2021, but I believe in the future there will be updated Indonesian for these parts as well. Next slide, please. So here keep emphasizing on this point, and you can see that you see below, if the state of charge is greater than 60%, your ceiling height is more than 12 meters. In that conditions, then we need to plus the sprinkle protection, ceiling sprinkles protections, plus the in-rack sprinkle protections, double. Next slide, please. Here is more details still in the datasheet 8.1. I'm not going to go through line by line because too much detail. You can download and read it yourself. There's a lot of detail how to put it there. Next slide, please. Okay, so sprinkles fire protection we also do on the lithium battery in the warehouse conditions. Actually, we do a lot with this scenario, 4.6 meter high battery with a ceiling 12 meter. Next slide. Okay, so what we do is we use K22.4 standard temperature quick response sprinkler on the ceiling, yeah, and using about 24 pallets loaded with the battery. Under this scenario, what I want to share is we only one sprinkle as operating, and then you'll be able to contain the fire. Next slide, please. So because of that, that's why we emphasize, yeah, the goal is to protect, minimize the involvement of the battery in the line, operations of single automatic sprinkle, one sprinkle, large orifice, yeah? Not the small one, not the residential small one. The fire did not spread beyond the ignition area. FM approved sprinkle protections could prevent thermal runaway. Next slide, please. So the next part, of course, is a lot of concern because a lot of data center or power stations use lithium-ion battery-based energy storage system. Yeah, so next slide, please. Okay, so in this we also, FM also address it. We use large sprinkle fire test of energy storage, composed of lithium, nickel oxide, and linear magnesium oxide battery. Next slide, please. So in this way, we evaluate the performance of roof level sprinkle protections. So the two electrical racks placed next to each other, each module is 95% state of charge. No active electrical protection. Next slide, please. So in this, after so many research that we do in FM, so we have come out with the data sheets. Again, is a installation guide. And we address it in 5-33, and the update is July 2023. In this data sheet, what we highlight is recommendation, design, operation, protection, inspection, maintenance, and testing of stationary battery in the ESS form. Okay, next one, please. So what we highlight here in this data sheet is ensure that the water supply is capable to provide the sprinkle water and whole stream requirements for the durations of fire, and the expected durations depends on the number of the rack here. So in the single area. So I mean, if we put the fire battery in the rack form one next to each other without spacing, then you need a lot of time to make sure that one rack, we need about 1 hour extra of sprinkle protections, so that to maintain, to control, not to extinguish, because battery, you know, when battery burn, you go to thermal runaway, it will not stop. Once it burns, you have to finish burning all the material in the battery, then you will put out the fire. But it will not, the sprinkler system we use will suppress and not spreading to the next adjacent rack. Next one, please. So in the DS5-33, we try to prevent heat transfer to adjacent energy storage system, protect nearby fuels, protect the constructions. Next one, please. So provide construction limits the damage. So in FM, we're focusing that if you, whatever ESS battery types that you put it in the rack, the best is you put it away from the combustible material. Therefore, in case of anything happen, you suppress by FM approved sprinkler system, and then that will protect building from spreading into the next building. Yeah. Next slide, please. So we also writing up another new standards, but now still on the way. This is DS7112. This is one particularly lithium-ion battery manufacturing, module assembly, storage facility, and end-use product assembly. Yeah, so it's not up yet. Look up for that in our website when you're up. Next one, please. Yeah, so where you can get all these FM data sheets, informations, you log on to wfmlockout.com, and then from you go to the resources, and you find FM data sheets all available online for download, no charge. Yeah, so you can, if you're interested to read more about data sheet, there are a bunch of data sheets over there that you can access to. Next one, please. So we know that battery is a new tech, it's a new era. I would say that everyone use battery. So what's I think all over the world, people try to find out the way to protecting future solutions in terms of active fire protections of the battery. Maybe it's early interventions or passive protections. And in FM, recently in June, we have the early interventions standard write-ups. Next slide, please. So this standard just new release a couple months ago, June. This standard written by FM approvals to test and certify detector, particularly for lithium-ion battery of gas. That means the gas released before it run away. And this is not a normal detector. This is just for lithium-ion battery. Yeah, so it's also available in our public website. You can access and download it. Next one, please. So at this moment, of course, FM research teams still continue with the fire protections for battery, whether it's regardless is in the storage area, whether it's in the ESS form, right? So it's going to continue on the research. Yeah, we never stop. Yeah, we will hope to find better solutions. But at this moment, what we can share is FM approved fire sprinkle system, the pumps, the valve, the coupling, everything like that. FM approved can suppress and control. Yeah. So all these information, next one please. So all this information can be on our public website, approvalguide.com, product listing. This is worldwide listing, everyone can register. You will log in, this website is live, meaning that a new product FM approved will be on this website. So you can look up for anything on the sprinkler system here. Next slide, please. So thank you. That's my short presentations. If you have any question, you can ask me.
Give big applause to Mrs. Rusna. Thank you for your presentation, Mrs. Rusna. Your research, FM approval, global research, talking about the fire scenario, fire test with the sprinkler, mitigation DS533, and then we are interested in your future solution in active protection gases and then the passive protection with FM 6540, 6540, yes. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, kita break dulu sebentar untuk Isoma, untuk Jumatan. So speakers, we are coming in the break, yeah, for the prayer time and the lunch. So please, Mr. Asmi will presentate in the after lunch, and then Mr. Wahyu, Dr. Wahyu. So we will have a break until 1:30 p.m. So we come back in this room, stay di streaming kita, stay in the streaming. 1:30 we will continue for the next this session. Thank you. Give big applause to all the speakers.
Baik Bapak Ibu, terima kasih pada narasumber dan moderator. Izin Bapak Ibu peserta seminar internasional dapat kami informasikan saat ini kita akan melakukan isoma, sholat Jumat dan makan siang. Untuk yang melaksanakan ibadah sholat Jumat silakan ke arah pintu keluar ke kanan lantai 4. Dan kemudian untuk makan siang silakan nanti ke panitia. Dan kita kembali ke ruangan ini nanti pada pukul 1 siang. Terima kasih.
We will go back to this room for the session 1 p.m. Thank you.
Terima kasih.
SK Kepala Dinas Damkar. Setelah tahapan tersebut akan terbit KTA atau kartu tanda anggota Redcar yang dapat didownload langsung melalui handphone atau website. Aplikasi Redcar diharapkan dapat mempermudah masyarakat untuk terlibat sebagai anggota Redcar dalam rangka memberikan perlindungan bagi segenap masyarakat Indonesia.
Kami, Pemadam Kebakaran dan
Mohon izin bagi Bapak Ibu yang tidak melaksanakan sholat Jumat bisa mengambil paket makanan di samping pintu keluar. Terima kasih.
Aplikasi Relawan Pemadam Kebakaran atau aplikasi Redcar merupakan bagian dari Sistem Informasi Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan. Aplikasi ini menyediakan layanan registrasi dan database relawan pemadam kebakaran dan dapat diakses oleh para petugas damkar, anggota Redcar, serta masyarakat seluruh Indonesia. Melalui platform ini, masyarakat dapat berpartisipasi dan bergotong royong untuk memberikan perlindungan diri dan lingkungannya dari ancaman dan dampak kebakaran dengan mendaftarkan diri sebagai anggota Redcar. Bagi masyarakat yang ingin bergabung menjadi anggota Redcar, dapat melakukan pendaftaran melalui aplikasi Redcar Sipadam dengan mengisi biodata dan mengupload identitas. Selanjutnya, data pendaftar akan diverifikasi oleh Dinas Damkar. Jika memenuhi syarat, keanggotaan akan ditetapkan melalui SK Kepala Dinas Damkar. Setelah tahapan tersebut, akan terbit KTA atau kartu tanda anggota Redcar yang dapat didownload langsung melalui handphone atau website. Aplikasi Redcar diharapkan dapat mempermudah masyarakat untuk terlibat sebagai anggota Redcar dalam rangka memberikan perlindungan bagi segenap masyarakat Indonesia.
Kami, Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan Indonesia,
hadir untuk memberikan rasa aman dan nyaman pada masyarakat.
Aplikasi Relawan Pemadam Kebakaran atau aplikasi Redcar merupakan bagian dari Sistem Informasi Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan. Aplikasi ini menyediakan layanan registrasi dan database relawan pemadam kebakaran dan dapat diakses oleh para petugas damkar, anggota Redcar, serta masyarakat seluruh Indonesia. Melalui platform ini, masyarakat dapat berpartisipasi dan bergotong royong untuk memberikan perlindungan diri dan lingkungannya dari ancaman dan dampak kebakaran dengan mendaftarkan diri sebagai anggota Redcar. Bagi masyarakat yang ingin bergabung menjadi anggota Redcar, dapat melakukan pendaftaran melalui aplikasi Redcar Sipadam dengan mengisi biodata dan mengupload identitas. Selanjutnya, data pendaftar akan diverifikasi oleh Dinas Damkar. Jika memenuhi syarat, keanggotaan akan ditetapkan melalui SK Kepala Dinas Damkar. Setelah tahapan tersebut, akan terbit KTA atau kartu tanda anggota Redcar yang dapat didownload langsung melalui handphone atau website. Aplikasi Redcar diharapkan dapat mempermudah masyarakat untuk terlibat sebagai anggota Redcar dalam rangka memberikan perlindungan bagi segenap masyarakat Indonesia.
Kami, Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan Indonesia,
hadir untuk memberikan rasa aman dan nyaman kepada masyarakat.
Aplikasi Relawan Pemadam Kebakaran atau aplikasi Redcar merupakan bagian dari Sistem Informasi Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan. Aplikasi ini menyediakan layanan registrasi dan database relawan pemadam kebakaran dan dapat diakses oleh para petugas damkar, anggota Redcar, serta masyarakat seluruh Indonesia. Melalui platform ini, masyarakat dapat berpartisipasi dan bergotong royong untuk memberikan perlindungan diri dan lingkungannya dari ancaman dan dampak kebakaran dengan mendaftarkan diri sebagai anggota Redcar. Bagi masyarakat yang ingin bergabung menjadi anggota Redcar, dapat melakukan pendaftaran melalui aplikasi Redcar Sipadam dengan mengisi biodata dan mengupload identitas. Selanjutnya, data pendaftar akan diverifikasi oleh Dinas Damkar. Jika memenuhi syarat, keanggotaan akan ditetapkan melalui SK Kepala Dinas Damkar. Setelah tahapan tersebut, akan terbit KTA atau kartu tanda anggota Redcar yang dapat didownload langsung melalui handphone atau website. Aplikasi Redcar diharapkan dapat mempermudah masyarakat untuk terlibat sebagai anggota Redcar dalam rangka memberikan perlindungan bagi segenap masyarakat Indonesia.
Kami, Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan Indonesia,
hadir untuk memberikan rasa aman dan nyaman pada masyarakat.
Aplikasi Relawan Pemadam Kebakaran atau aplikasi Redcar merupakan bagian dari Sistem Informasi Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan. Aplikasi ini menyediakan layanan registrasi dan database relawan pemadam kebakaran dan dapat diakses oleh para petugas damkar, anggota Redcar, serta masyarakat seluruh Indonesia. Melalui platform ini, masyarakat dapat berpartisipasi dan bergotong royong untuk memberikan perlindungan diri dan lingkungannya dari ancaman dan dampak kebakaran dengan mendaftarkan diri sebagai anggota Redcar. Bagi masyarakat yang ingin bergabung menjadi anggota Redcar, dapat melakukan pendaftaran melalui aplikasi Redcar Sipadam dengan mengisi biodata dan mengupload identitas. Selanjutnya, data pendaftar akan diverifikasi oleh Dinas Damkar. Jika memenuhi syarat, keanggotaan akan ditetapkan melalui SK Kepala Dinas Damkar. Setelah tahapan tersebut, akan terbit KTA atau kartu tanda anggota Redcar yang dapat didownload langsung melalui handphone atau website. Aplikasi Redcar diharapkan dapat mempermudah masyarakat untuk terlibat sebagai anggota Redcar dalam rangka memberikan perlindungan bagi segenap masyarakat Indonesia.
Kami, Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan Indonesia,
hadir untuk memberikan rasa aman dan nyaman kepada masyarakat.
Aplikasi Relawan Pemadam Kebakaran atau aplikasi Redcar merupakan bagian dari Sistem Informasi Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan. Aplikasi ini menyediakan layanan registrasi dan database relawan pemadam kebakaran dan dapat diakses oleh para petugas damkar, anggota Redcar, serta masyarakat seluruh Indonesia. Melalui platform ini, masyarakat dapat berpartisipasi dan bergotong royong untuk memberikan perlindungan diri dan lingkungannya dari ancaman dan dampak kebakaran dengan mendaftarkan diri sebagai anggota Redcar. Bagi masyarakat yang ingin bergabung menjadi anggota Redcar, dapat melakukan pendaftaran melalui aplikasi Redcar Sipadam dengan mengisi biodata dan mengupload identitas. Selanjutnya, data pendaftar akan diverifikasi oleh Dinas Damkar. Jika memenuhi syarat, keanggotaan akan ditetapkan melalui SK Kepala Dinas Damkar. Setelah tahapan tersebut, akan terbit KTA atau kartu tanda anggota Redcar yang dapat didownload langsung melalui handphone atau website. Aplikasi Redcar diharapkan dapat mempermudah masyarakat untuk terlibat sebagai anggota Redcar dalam rangka memberikan perlindungan bagi segenap masyarakat Indonesia.
Kami, Pemadam Kebakaran dan Penyelamatan Indonesia,
hadir untuk memberikan rasa aman dan nyaman pada masyarakat.
Aplikasi Relawan Pemadam Kebakaran atau aplikasi Redcar merupakan bagian dari sistem informasi pemadam kebakaran dan penyelamatan. Aplikasi ini menyediakan layanan registrasi dan database relawan pemadam kebakaran dan dapat diakses oleh para petugas damkar, anggota Redcar, serta masyarakat seluruh Indonesia. Melalui platform ini, masyarakat dapat berpartisipasi dan bergotong royong untuk memberikan perlindungan diri dan lingkungannya dari ancaman dan dampak kebakaran dengan mendaftarkan diri sebagai anggota Redcar.
Halo Sobat Servo, sekarang Klik Servo sudah update ke versi terbaru yaitu 3.0. Di versi terbaru ini, kalian akan lebih mudah untuk mengakses informasi yang kalian butuhkan. Seperti Customer Service, Activate Warranty, dan Social Media. Kemudian, kalian juga lebih mudah mengecek total stok, expired product, yang nantinya akan ada fitur baru berupa notifikasi untuk mengingatkan masa kadaluarsa servomu. Dan yang terakhir, warranty status untuk mengecek garansi servomu. Kalian juga bisa langsung mengecek produk upper servo dari berbagai media. Yuk, update Klik Servomu sekarang. Because safety is not an option, it's a priority.
Selamat siang bagi peserta yang mungkin masih di luar. Silakan memasuki tempat acara karena para narasumber dan moderator telah siap untuk memulai acara. Terima kasih. Kami ulangi kembali bagi peserta yang mungkin masih di luar, silakan bergabung kembali ke ruang acara. Terima kasih.
Cek 1. Mas, mic nomor 5. Nomor 5. Nomor 5. Cek 1. Ya, nomor 4. Oke. Cek. Selamat siang Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Baik, kita akan lanjutkan sesi awal ini. Masih ada 2 narasumber. We still have 2 speakers in the first session. So I invite Mr. Asmi to come forward and Bapak Dr. Wahyu. Ya. Bapak Dr. Wahyu boleh tampil ke depan. Yes. So the first presenter is Dr. Asmi, Mr. Asmi from Malay, SIRIM, Standard and Industrial Research Institute of Malaysia. About 15-20 minutes, and then continue with Bapak Dr. Wahyu from the Ministry of Public Works and Housing, Republic of Indonesia. After 2 speakers, so I invite all the speakers in the first session to come forward, and then we will have question and answer. So, Mr. Asmi, ready? So the floor is yours. Mic, podium. Mic podiumnya boleh?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum dan selamat siang Bapak-Bapak, Ibu-Ibu. My name is Azmi. I'm from SIRIM, QAS International, Kuala Lumpur. And today I'm going to share with you about our services of testing fire safety products. Okay, first I would like to share about SIRIM and then fire testing and a little bit about this is forward, okay. I'm from SIRIM QS International Testing Services in SIRIM QS, and my name is Azmi Musa. So these are the content, a little bit about SIRIM and the fire testing services yang kita ada di Kuala Lumpur, and a little bit about charging station ya juga, a little bit about charging station. About SIRIM QS, we are under MITI. Previously we are under Ministry of Science, but a few years ago we have been put under Ministry of Industrial Trade, and under SIRIM we got commercial activities, developmental with research, juga ada national meteorology for statutory function. At SIRIM QS, we have been accredited by Standard Malaysia, juga UCAS, IEC CB Scheme, ICEX, juga GAF accreditation, and many more. So we are also members of IQNet for our management system. At Sirim QS, we have three main activities, which is certification, testing, and inspection. So for the products have been certified by Sirim, we will have this logo. And the area that we cover is quite big areas, including construction and of course fire products. In Malaysia, we have many branches. The big one will be in Johor, Penang, and also in Sabah and Sarawak in Kalimantan. We have opened our JV company in Hunan province last 2 years, where in China we do certification of automotive to IATF 16949. And these are areas that we cover under our testing and certification, electrical products, energy efficiency, PV, RF and EMC, electrical, material integrity and failure analysis, mechanical automotive, fire, ironmongery, and chemical and civil and construction. So about fire testing services. So we started, our first furnace was in 1997. So quite new compared to the others, more than 100 years. We started in 1997 with 3 meter by 3 meter furnace. And then in 2001, we have another small furnace, 1.3 meter times 1.3 meter. And then we got accreditation in 2002. 2013, we have 5 meter times 4 meter tilting furnace that we can test horizontal and vertical. That was 2003. And then 2017, we do we do ventilation duct system testing. 2019, where there are a lot of cladding fire problems. So we have our fire performance test for external cladding system. And we are following BS, British Standard BS 8414. And then 2023, we have our latest furnace, which is a cube furnace, 4x3x4. And then early this year, we have our firefighting pump testing facilities. So mainly we have been, our training is a lot in UK. We train with BRE. So we, a lot of BRE, and also we, US, we go to Oregon State Universities, and some also trained by Effectis, Netherlands. So our clients generally not only in Malaysia, so we have also from Indonesia, of course, juga from Singapore, and many other countries. So in terms of fire testing, kita cover fire resistant test, juga reaction to fire test, BS 476 part 6, part 7, part 4. And also we covered latest one is BSEN 13501, Euro classification testing. And also we do some portable fire extinguisher test, generally to Malaysian standard, and lately we do also EN3 to European standard. And fire performance of cladding, like I shared just now, we are more to BS8414. So just information about fire resistant test. I think everybody know about this. So these are among example of product that we test at Sirim. So we do non-load bearing and also load bearing test covering the floor, roof, suspended ceiling, beams, ventilation duct, access panel. And we do a lot also fire door testing for non-load bearing, glazing, wall partition, rolling shutters, penetration system, and fire damper. So these are some photos for load bearing on this one, load bearing test. You can see the load on the yellow there, and also the non-load bearing. So these are some photos of ceiling system that we test on our horizontal furnace, and we do test ducting system photo, glass door, and also uninsulated roller shutter. We also do insulated roller shutter. So these are some photos of partition system that we test, pipe penetration, and bus duct penetration. This is some hose stream test. In Malaysia, not only they require fire resistant test, but Malaysian Fire Authority required hose stream test for wall. So in general, we follow ASTM standard for this test. And we also do fire protection steel structural test. This is a photo of the furnace. Again, we have 3x3 vertical furnace, mainly for door, fire door. And also we have 5 meter x 4 meter, mainly for wall and floor system testing. So our newest furnace is the cube furnace. So where we do ducting, column, and beam for 3-dimensional products. So with this furnace, we reduce the installation time for the testing. If previously we used the horizontal furnace, you have to build the compartment. It takes 1 month to cure. For this, it takes only 1 week for installation of sample. So these are among standard that we use to test. So under our accreditation with Standard Malaysia, we also cover Indonesian standard SNI 1741, Malaysian standard of course 1073 is for fire door. We cover BS 476 and BSEN, a lot of BSEN, ISO 834, and also Singapore standard SS 332. We also use ASTM E119, and we are also been used by UL for certification. We test to 10B and 10C. We also cover some Australian standard. So maybe some video of what we do. This preparation for ducting system test. At Sirim, we also do technical fire product assessment, where we do desktop study of modified system. We do from easy evaluation and also the complicated evaluation for fire product assessment or engineering appraisal for products. At Sirim, we also cover reaction to fire tests. Like I told you that we do BS 476 Part 4, 6, 7, and we do ISO 1716, ISO 1182, 11925. This generally to cover Euro classification EN 13501. Because lately he been also have been included in Malaysian law that have to use the Euro classification instead of BS 476 Part 6 and 7. So these are some photos of the equipment that we use for non-combustibility, BS 476 Part 4, fire propagation, BS 476 Part 6, and surface rate of flame, BS 476 Part 7. So these are new equipment to cover for EN 13501 Euro classification. Those are the photos of the equipment. And we also do fire extinguisher tests. In Malaysian standard, we have a Class A fire and Class B fire. I believe the same with a British standard. 2019, we start doing external cladding facade test. If you can remember, in 2017, we get a big Grenfell Tower issues. And also in Malaysia, we have a few cladding facade fire in Malaysia. So since then, the fire authority asked us to develop a lab to test the facade. And at that time, we decided to follow BS, the British standard, instead of ASTM. Yeah, Prof. Subejo photo is there. He's talking about Kebakaran Neo Soho many years ago di Jakarta. So yeah, like I shared just now, we are more to BS 8414. Is using timber creep for the fire. Compared to the American ASTM, they're using gas for the fire. Yeah, we have been recognized by UL to conduct UL 10B, 10C, and UL 10C S104. So these are the Euro classification, the latest material testing that we do at Sirim. And this is the latest one that we have the facilities to test the fire pump. It's made mandatory by Malaysian Fire Authority early this year. So we developed the lab, MS 12616, and actually the standard is equivalent to ISO 9906 2012. It's required by the Water Authority of Malaysia, SPAN, and also BOMBA, the Fire Authority in Malaysia. All the pump have to comply to this standard, whether MS or ISO 9906. Also this year, we have developed our fire cable testing, and many of this testing is according to IEC standard, as per the list, and also BS 6387. But this facility is not in Kuala Lumpur, but in Penang, in Malaysia, but in a different state. So this is a photo of the cable testing. And the standard related to the test. Okay. So I would like to share, if you can see the video there, we do some tests of the fire blanket. Because the authority have made a requirement for all charging station installed in Malaysia must have a fire blanket. So we have developed a requirement for this. In general, actually, we follow the kitchen blanket and combine with another extra test. Of course, the size is different. Of course, 13501 requirement, non-combustibility, and also there is a full test. We put a blanket on the furnace, the horizontal furnace, and let it there for a few minutes. I cannot remember how many minutes. So it's a new standard that we just developed this year. Okay, those are some information about the fire blanket. So it covered reaction to fire test, material test, performance test, and also electrical resistance test. So as you can see, the classification allowed is only A1 material for this fire blanket, EV fire blanket. Okay, maybe I would like to share also some information about electric vehicle charging station test. Malaysian government has just started make it mandatory that all these charging stations have to comply to certain standards. In Malaysia, these are the standards that we use for approving the charging station. As we can see, it's a lot to IEC standard for the plugs, charging interface, and many more. So these are a requirement for Malaysia charging station. So in Malaysia, mode 1 is not allowed. So we only allowed mode 2, mode 3. Mode 2 and mode 3 is AV electric, and mode 4 is a fast charging DC charging. So these are components and standards yang digunakan untuk setiap components of EV charging station. For approval, they will see this test report against this standard. And again, these are the cable. There are different standards for different parts of the cable, and most of it following IEC. And these are some photos of the testing facility for those charging station. Yeah, again, photos. And also there are some EMC requirement. So we have the EMC chamber to do the test, thermal shock chamber. So I think that's all my presentation today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Asmi. I pointed few important points here that in the future maybe we will have further cooperation between SIRIM and then with Indonesia, with all the stakeholders according to the national standard about the national standard of competency in fire safety, fire lab, fire test, and also the certification. So the next speaker, Bapak Dr. Wahyu, will presentate around 15 to 20 minutes. So the floor is yours. Give big applause kepada Bapak Dr. Wahyu.
Thanks for the time. Good morning, selamat siang. Maybe in majority I will present in bahasa. In this section, I will present in our result of our thesis about fire farm standard in Indonesia, Indonesian fire farm standard. Next. Yes. Thanks. Edisi awal dari maybe in bahasa, yes. Bapak dan Ibu, pada kesempatan ini saya coba menyampaikan standar yang ada di Indonesia dan yang sudah direvisi dan apa yang akan menjadi peran Bapak dan Ibu di daerah untuk membina terkait dengan penerapan standar tersebut. Mungkin saya di sini tertulis saya mulai sekarang edisi 2023 ya. Di sini dasar dari regulasi kita ada ketentuan terkait dengan safety, health, comfort and convenience. Salah satu aspeknya terkait dengan proteksi bahaya kebakaran. Untuk itu perlu disusun standar dan di sini turunan dari Indonesian law in building, we must create ministry regulation related fire safety in passive, active, and fire safety management. In active, one aspect in we must develop new standard. Mohon maaf, in bahasa, yes. Pada keseluruhan standar ini kalau Bapak dan Ibu lihat semuanya edisi lama, edisi 2000. Di sini kami akan menyampaikan salah satu yang kami sudah jadi revisi adalah SNI pompa kebakaran edisi 2023. Yang lain yang sedang kami revisi adalah SNI sprinkler dan salah satunya sedang berlangsung. Ini salah satu tusi kami dari Kementerian PUPR, Komtek ini terkait perencanaan building science. Di sini prosesnya, di sini kami ini tim SNI-nya bisa Bapak dan Ibu ke BSN. Ada satu hal yang barangkali baru dari standar tersebut, yaitu di sini kami diatur di bagian 5 ada persyaratan tangki air, water tank. Yang lainnya terkait dengan persyaratan ruang pompa dan adanya uji serah terima. Bapak dan Ibu, ini yang penting yang ada di daerah, karena kami masih menemukan sampai terakhir kami meriksa ini bahwa ternyata ini fire farm, water farm dicat merah gitu. Ini padahal di sini udah detail. Jadi marilah dengan kesempatan ini kita coba nanti dengan standar yang ada, nanti Pak Manlian di LPJK mengembangkan capacity building, SKK dan sebagainya untuk sama-sama kita bisa membangun suatu apa istilahnya itu keahlian proteksi kebakaran yang terlembaga. Kenapa demikian? Nah, inilah yang kami munculkan di ini perubahan-perubahan yang ada dan dulu telah kami sosialisasikan. Bapak dan Ibu mungkin pernah mengikuti rujukannya, acuannya kami menggunakan SNI yang lama, kami update dengan FM Global, NFPL, UL, di sini ada satu hal yang salah satu perubahan yang ini adalah Bapak dan Ibu, pompa adalah suatu entitas tunggal antara kontrolernya dan juga penggeraknya dan pompanya. Ini yang sering terpisah-pisah, maka salah satu yang kami munculkan di sini adalah ini terkait dengan kinerja unit dan yang lain adalah persyaratan untuk perancang dan pemasang sistem. Di sini perancang dan sebagainya harus tersertifikasi dan ini mungkin barangkali menjadi permasalahan, nanti saya sampaikan, tadi sudah saya sampaikan ke Pak Manlian, bagaimana pembinaan sertifikasi ini dan sebagainya. Karena tanpa upaya sertifikasi, ini akan menjadi masalah. Baik, ini isinya saya ini perubahan-perubahan yang ada di masing-masing aspek yang ini dulu salah satu hal yang barangkali mendasar perubahan itu adalah terkait dengan pengoperasian dan ini. Dulu mungkin mudah cerita yang barangkali cerita lama gitu. Sebelumnya kita masih punya masalah di Indonesia, masalahnya terkait dengan akses. Banyak pompa yang dan sebagainya. Sekarang ketentuan PUPR bahwa semua harus ada di FCC Fair Command itu ada di lantai 1, mudah diakses. Pompanya juga mudah diakses, standarnya ada dan ini penting untuk diikuti. Kenapa? Dulu kejadian kebakaran terjadi, pompa yang ini adalah masih utuh. Kenapa? Letaknya di basement lantai 3. Salah satu karakter dari permasalahan yang ada adalah lewat 1 tahun terjadi kerusakan, maka kebocoran dan sebagainya, posisi auto menjadi manual. Ini problem, maka ini kami periksa waktu kejadian di atas, ini foto dari saya, dan saya lihat ruang pompanya utuh, karena dimatikan. Untuk akses tidak bisa, kenapa? Karena asap sudah menghalangi, ini masalah. Ini satu mall di sini yang selain persyaratan itu, ini yang kami munculkan di sini. Untuk bisa mengoperasikan pompa, ini harus ada perancang dan pemasang proteksi kebakaran memiliki bukti minimum dengan syarat yang di sini bersertifikat perancangan dan pemasangan sistem pompa, disertifikasi organisasi sertifikasi proteksi kebakaran yang diterima OBS, Otoritas Berwenang Cepat. Nah, inilah Bapak dan Ibu, kebetulan Bapak dan Ibu di Damkar daerah dan sebagainya. Mohon, ini satu PR bersama, mungkin PR nasional. Saya ingat dari Bu Mira, dari BSN itu bahwa BSN adalah rumah bersama. Dalam arti kita menyusun standar, itu asumsinya KL yang mempersiapkan standar itu sudah menyelesaikan masalahnya. Di sini ada masalah kelembagaan, tuntutan sertifikasi dan sebagainya. Kebetulan di forum ini, marilah Pak Manlian, Pak Bejo dan sebagainya, kita bina bagaimana upaya ini pembinaan ini. Tadi Pak Manlian mungkin bisa dibuatkan SKK ini dan sebagainya. Ini tugas bersama nasional. Alangkah disayangkan kita menyusun SNI, tetapi capacity buildingnya belum sempurna jalan. Ini PR bersama. Sering kita ditemukan di lapangan. Nah ini kan dalam standar kita syaratkan harus ada uji. Ini, jadi ini sering terlewatkan. Uji soft test juga sering terlewatkan. Ini, apakah ini pompa kebakaran? Banyak kasus water pump cat merah. Ini PR bersama ya. Jadi kita sudah ada standarnya, maka marilah kita tingkatkan capacity building terkait dengan pemenuhan standar tersebut. Ini tugas bersama. Dan salah satu hal dari SN ini adalah makin detail pengaturan terkait dengan ketentuan-ketentuan agar pompa yang dipersiapkan itu lebih memenuhi standar. Maka persyaratannya bertambah dari yang lama menjadi bertambah. Ini kalau standar NNPA-nya demikian. Saya lewat. Ini persyaratan masing-masing, silahkan dilihat di standarnya ada, tidak saya terangkan di sini. Dan banyak pemasangan yang masih salah dan sebagainya, sudah ada standarnya. Ini juga, ini penting, ya. Ini strainer sudah tidak boleh dan sebagainya. Silahkan rujuk standar-standar yang ada. Ini PR untuk yang lain terkait dengan ini juga. Yang baru adalah misalnya di sini unit pompa kecepatan variable, pompa disusun seri, di standar lama tidak ada. Ini diadakan, ditingkatkan sesuai dengan perkembangan yang ada. Ini salah satunya. Ini di standar baru ada ketentuannya. Di standar lama tidak ada. Terus yang penting di sini, kami ada ketentuan mengenai uji serah terima. Bapak dan Ibu, ini yang saya beri tanda kuning. Uji serah terima itu sudah ada standarnya, yaitu pasal 13. Setelah selesai instalasi pemasangan harus dilakukan uji sesuai dengan ketentuan standar ini. Kami melihat masih sangat beragam di masing-masing daerah. Ada yang penting ditekan, ada dan sebagainya. Ada detail lengkap yang ini silahkan dirujuk standar, itulah dari syarat penerimaan. Kami sendiri juga menjadi catatan PUPR yang banyak membangun dan sebagainya. Adakah pompa yang dibangun, dikembangkan itu sesuai dengan standar? Untuk itulah standar ini disusun. Ini penting, nanti detailnya ada di pasal 13. Di sini yang baru ketentuan tangki air, di SNI yang lama tidak ada. Ini water tank ditambahkan untuk kami sangat care. Ini ada pilihannya seperti apa dan sebagainya, maka ditampilkan di sini. Di sini kalau Bapak Ibu lihat, ini masa benar nggak seperti ini semacam ini? Antar fire pump dan ininya satu garis kan dan sebagainya. Di lapangan masih banyak catatan-catatan yang penting untuk ini. Ini ketentuan tangki air udah ada di pasal 5 diatur. Juga diatur terkait bagaimana untuk bangunan bertingkat di bab 6. Di sini penting di standar yang lama belum ada. Nah, ini ditambahkan di situ. Ketentuan bagaimana menangani bangunan super tinggi diatur, ditambahkan di situ. Hal yang lain terkait dengan spek untuk pompa sentrifugal. Di sini ada perbedaan, ada pendetilan di SNI yang baru. Ini ketentuan-ketentuan yang ada. Ini banyak di lapangan yang masih merancang dengan isapan negatif, padahal di sini persyaratannya sudah ada dari dunia daya hisap yang dipersyaratkan kan sentrifugal kalau negatif kan ada perlu pancingan air atau priming water dan sebagainya kan itu masalah gitu. Itu dan ini detail-detail tidak perlu saya sampaikan. Ini persyaratan standarnya harus diikuti. Ini komponennya. Ini yang penting juga pondasi. Ini pompa harus dirancang pada pondasi yang sesuai standar. Ditempatkan dengan pondasi yang sesuai standar. Karena ada permasalahan terkait dengan getaran yang tertransmisikan ke bangunan dan sebagainya. Ini diatur. Hal yang lain diatur itu terkait dengan kinerjanya, terkait dengan turbin vertikal kecepatan variabel, sumber dayanya dengan motornya. Nah, ini dan juga faktor kerja terkait dengan junction box dan sebagainya yang tidak ada di SID lama ditambahkan di sini. Ketentuan safety-nya terkait dengan pengaturan jarak bebas dan sebagainya ditambahkan di situ, ada perubahan. Yang dihilangkan adalah pengatur waktu, di sini tidak dimasukkan lagi. Metode stoppingnya juga ada perubahan di situ. Di sini mungkin detail-detail Bapak dan Ibu bisa lihat standarnya, tidak saya terangkan di sini. Penggerak listriknya, ini Bapak dan Ibu, yang penting di sini, ini ketentuannya Bapak dan Ibu bisa lihat di butirnya. Kalau kita lihat satu pompa, itu kan apakah itu pompa kebakaran? Kita lihat, Bapak kan ada speknya, ada diagramnya dan sebagainya. Benar nggak itu pompa kebakaran dan sebagainya? Bapak di sini ketika penerimaan itu harus ada pemeriksaan terkait aspek-aspek pendukungnya, data-data dan sebagainya. Ini penting untuk diterapkan di lapangan. Yang terbaru pengaturannya yang lain adalah proteksi ruang pompa. Ini didetail di sebelumnya, ini ditambahkan ketentuan yang lebih ketat di sini dan persyaratan serah terima. Ruang pompa diatur di butir 12. Ini ada detail bagaimana ventilasinya, pencahayaannya dan sebagainya. Ini penting. Dulu bahkan kami lihat di gedung yang ya masih belakang, pompa adalah di bawah gazebo taman 5 meter ke bawah, tanda dan sebagainya. Sudah tidak saatnya lagi, sudah ada ketentuan detail yang mengatur. Dan ini penting. Paket rakitan pompa kebakaran, di sini satu ketentuan lengkap yang Bapak dan Ibu harus ini. Untuk menerima berarti kondisinya ini benar nggak? Ini dari A sampai M. Ini Bapak dan Ibu, mohon ini diperhatikan. Ya. Ini yang baru, yang penting dan sering dilupakan. Uji serah terima terkait dengan kinerja dan juga bagaimana pemeliharaannya. Di sini ada uji pengelontoran, uji tratis, dan sertifikat pengujian di lapangannya seperti apa. Mohon Bapak dan Ibu di damkar, di daerah dan sebagainya, sebelum menerima suatu, kan persyaratan dari PUPR adalah ada tes kom, sehingga nanti bisa diterima, close, barang diterima, dan sebagainya harus dipenuhi ini. Ada uji penggelontoran, uji tratis, uji serah terima, laporan ujinya seperti apa, pemeliharaan dan sebagainya. Dan ini terkait dengan kita ada SNI yang lain, yaitu SNI ITE terkait pemeliharaan proteksi, ini bisa diterapkan. Dan juga regulasi yang ada terkait pemeliharaan di permen yang ada sebelum perlu di ini. Demikian kira-kira, jadi terima kasih.
Baik, kita berikan aplaus kepada Dr. Wahyu. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, sebentar kita buka tanya jawab 15 menit, question and answer, before I call all the speakers. So Dr. Wahyu talk about the fire pump. When we talk about the fire pump, I elaborate that there are two important things: the standard of the fire pump and also the competency standard for the workers, for the expert, technician, designers of the fire pump. When we talk about the fire pump, we will optimize few of important things: the system, the instrument of the equipment, the fire pump lifetime, the capacity, maybe the price ya Pak Wahyu ya, the price of the fire pump, and also for the operation and the maintenance. And also we emphasize about the standard of competency of the workers for the fire pump, for the fire brigade, start from the planning, design, for the implementation, operation, and also for the maintenance. So we give applause again to Pak Dr. Wahyu and Mr. Asmi. So I invite all the speakers to come forward. So we will have a question and answer. So please come, Mr. Jasper. Hope the seat us. Okay. And I invite my friends, Bapak Nugraha, boleh menemani saya untuk tanya jawab. Still? Oke. Pak Nugraha akan menemani saya untuk tanya jawab. Silakan Pak. Silakan Pak sini. Kita nggak apa-apa, kita berdiri Pak. So, ladies and gentlemen, so we open for the question and answer. Please raise your hands, and then you will ask to whom. Please mention the persons, the speakers. Silakan. Minta tolong mic-nya Pak.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Kamaru from Sirim. My question to first to the DBI, and the second question for Dr. Wahyu about the pump testing. Okay, the first question.
Name please. Kamaru Zaman.
Yeah, Kamaru. Okay. From Fire Laboratory in Sirim, Malaysia. We also conduct the small-scale tests, but we are facing about the performance of the ducting system when most of the applicant they are struggle to design the performance of the insulating material to protect the steel duct, to test for the full scale according to EN, like EN 1366 part 1, 1366 part 2, part A small scale furnace, and from that data we transfer for for simulation for full scale test EN 1366 part 1 duct B. Is it possible? So untuk soalan kedua untuk Dr. Wahyu.
So the first question for the transferring of the data.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
The transferring of the data.
I mean, we test without extraction
with the real
in the small scale test, and with that result collected from the small scale test, and we try to use in the simulation with the extraction. I mean, is that possible? Because we can assume the small scale test is the validation for the design in the simulation, right? Isn't it?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. The next question.
The next question is for Dr. Wahyu. Kami di Malaysia, seperti yang Dr. Wahyu terangkan tadi, kita ada juga develop standard untuk pump. MS2616, dan kami sangat concern about the performance test. Tapi untuk performance test like the head cannot more than 140% from the rated head, and the head cannot be less than 130% of the flow rate. But kita dalam standard kami tidak concern about net positive suction head. I mean the suction head,
okay,
tanpa ada penekanan kat situ. Dia bergantung kepada apa yang diberi oleh manufacturer. Tapi kita sebagai applicant, kita tak verify. So based on the manufacturer, based on the manufacturer data, kita gunakan untuk design NPSH available.
Okay.
Supaya tidak ada cavitation. Untuk NPSH requirement kita tak verify. So adakah something yang sama apa yang SNI develop ataupun dia concern juga about cavitation of the pump? Itu saya punya soalan. Terima kasih.
Okay, please Pak Nugraha.
Yeah. Thank you Pak Kamaruzzaman. The first question from Kamaruzzaman is for Ms. Yansha.
Blanca.
Yeah. From DBI, he asking about the small scale result and connecting to the last, real simulation. Yeah, please.
You may answer, yes. Or I will answer.
I'm not sure I heard the question very well because there is a lot of sound.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing the question is whether we can use small scale data to model larger scale.
Yeah, largest.
Is it from the battery testing that you are asking in particular, like from the mobile new setup to test? Well, I would say yes, to some extent we can use it. We do that in many other applications. So in DPI we do a lot of small scale tests and try to predict the fire behavior at larger scales. So we actually have capabilities to test small, medium, and large. In theory you can do it. In reality you actually need to understand the limitation when you scale up to be able to apply the data that you're getting in the smaller scale. So you will have to understand the availability of oxygen if it's the same when you had it in small scale or a medium and large scale. So yeah.
My concern is the small scale test, the testing conducted without the extraction. So maybe different, we test the product without the extraction and test with the extraction.
In the large-scale test of the electrical vehicles? That's the question?
No, for fire-resistant tests.
For fire resistance tests.
For fire resistance test, yes. Okay, so the question is whether we can use a small scale to predict fire resistance test.
Yeah, the small scale test, we conduct the test without extraction, But when we try to to include in the simulation,
yes,
we have to design with the extraction.
Yeah. Okay.
For duct system, ducting.
For duct system,
yeah.
I think duct systems are very difficult to model, very, very difficult. But when you go from small scale to large scale in furnace test, whatever you test, I think the critical part is actually to understand the thermomechanical degradation. Because you can have the heat transfer quite okay as long as there is no much deflection or cracking or crack propagation. But when you go to large scale, you need to understand the forces that are also induced due to bigger spans and things like that. I think that's the most difficult part. But yeah.
Okay. Yes. Pak Wahyu, silakan Pak. Pertanyaannya Pak Nugraha.
Pertanyaan tentang NPSH ya. NPSH-nya dipakai enggak datanya? Cek NPSH. Pun juga masih diizinkan sepanjang itu adalah peluang kebocoran. Karena pada suction system kebocoran yang kecil sudah membuat fail pump untuk performance-nya seperti yang ditunjukkan.
Dua pertanyaan.
Akan sangat membantu kami di daerah untuk bisa bergerak. Karena selama ini aturan PU juga tidak mengikat. Karena banyaknya hanya untuk bangunan industri, hotel, seperti itu. Tidak untuk bangunan pemerintah. Jadi kayak pemerintah tuh nggak apa-apalah, nggak sesuai standar juga gitu. Padahal di dalamnya juga banyak hal yang kartu keproteksi. Mungkin itu pertanyaannya, terima kasih.
Iya. Pak Wahyu ini cerita mengenai fire pump. Pertanyaan Ibu itu beyond. Ya, nggak apa-apa. And for Blanca, 2 question. How and is there? How and is there? The last one, adik sebelah sana, silakan. Namanya siapa? Ya, bahasa Indonesia nggak apa-apa. Nanti dijawab pakai bahasa Batak. Ya. Iya.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Anissa Rivia dari Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Pak.
UNJ, mau
Iya,
ditanya ke
betul.
siapa?
Ingin tanya ke Mr. Jasper.
Jasper, the handsome one.
Iya. Gini Pak, gimana sih hubungan koordinasi antara institusi DBA ini dengan pemerintah dan industri sehingga bisa menghasilkan sebuah standar yang bagus dan bisa dimanfaatkan di dalam negeri maupun di luar negeri?
Stop dulu. How DBA make a collaboration in order to making the standard between DBI and Indonesia maybe, ya? Yeah? Next.
Ya, enough.
Enough. Wah, cukup.
Itu
Very
aja.
clear. Oke, baik. Silakan, please, Blanca first.
So I go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay.
two question. Yeah. How and is there?
Is there? Yeah, I think the question is very good. Thank you. I think it would be very important to actually provide firefighters with tools on how to locate the ignition source of the fire and characteristics of this car, and to do it fast and efficiently, right, to fight. I don't know if there are tools at the moment. Actually, it might be that in some countries actually they did. I think if there is not, probably it's been thought about having a database of cars with characteristics, location of the batteries, because it is very important, or at least to have the most common cars, electric cars. So a description of the car and how to do it. If I think about existing tools, I think during our test, it was very useful to have a thermal camera. So, you know, like this, I mean, in this case, it was a fixed thermal camera that was pointing. So the image I showed with the water mist system, 18 seconds after the ignition, this really gives you a visual of the temperatures inside, so you can locate it. However, I don't know if there are so good portable ones, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Very clear? Very clear? Oke ya. Ya. Oke. So, Pak Wahyu, pertanyaannya apa tadi Pak Nugraha?
Baik.
Pak Wahyu,
ya.
udah tahu pertanyaannya Pak?
Ya.
Tadi Pak, pertanyaan dari Ibu tadi
Ya.
tentang untuk masuk
Ya.
ke bangunan gedung
Ya.
negara dan
Baik
industri.
Bu.
Beyond.
Dari awal damkar itu sudah harus dilibatkan karena kenapa? Dan ini memang kalau itu katakanlah kebiasaan lama gitu. Dari ke depan dan terus terang kami di pusat itu menyusun regulasinya sudah ada dan seperti tadi katakanlah kalau dari awal damkar tidak dilibatkan dalam perencanaan, nanti kan gedung yang dibangun katakanlah oh ternyata koneksi dengan damkarnya si amesnya nggak nyambung, damkar nggak bisa akses. Kenapa? Nanti yang ketika bangunan itu sudah berdiri, damkar yang akan bagaimana menjaga gedung dan sebagainya, mau tidak mau harus didapatkan. Dan kalau sekarang belum, berarti ini PR bersama bagaimana itu ditingkatkan. Dan damkar itu adalah pelaku dan harus ini. Terus tadi terkait dengan detail jadi tidak termasuk pemerintah ini PR bersama Bu. Jadi kita jangan pemerintah mengatur tapi gedungnya sendiri tidak. Karena kami sendiri juga sudah coba mendetailkan seperti sedang dalam revisi sprinkler ini. Kalau dulu hanya satu standar dan konsep global, kami mendetailkan untuk gedung, gudang, residensial dan sebagainya. Jadi nanti akan ada 5 SNI sprinkler. Demikian. Jadi Ibu harus semangat bahwa regulasi harus ditegakkan dan berarti pembinaan di daerah harus ditingkatkan. Demikian Bu, terima kasih.
Izin Pak Wahyu, boleh kami tambahkan? Karena sama-sama dari Kementerian PU, saya boleh menyampaikan kepada Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, sorry in bahasa, ya, bahwa kebijakan yang ada di Indonesia, undang-undang, PP, seyogyanya itu diikuti dan ditaati sampai ke daerah, sampai ke seluruh pihak yang terlibat. Jadi kalau kita bicara Undang-Undang 28 2002 mengenai bangunan gedung, PP 16 ya Pak, tahun 2021, itu diharapkan urusan keselamatan terhadap kebakaran dilaksanakan di daerah. Bagaimana peran damkar? Nah ini pertanyaan penting apa yang juga diatur oleh Kementerian Dalam Negeri. Nah urusan institusi damkar ini kan memang ada di dalam Kementerian Dalam Negeri ya Bu ya. Nah satu dulu, urusan bagaimana keselamatan terhadap bahaya kebakaran sampai ke daerah harusnya ikut Bu. Nah ini juga tertuang dalam Undang-Undang Pemerintahan Daerah 23 2014. Dalam 32 urusan, salah satunya urusan keselamatan kebakaran. Jadi otomatis harusnya daerah mengerti itu. Dan ini berlaku untuk seluruh klasifikasi bangunan. Memang di Undang-Undang 28 nggak disebut Bu, bangunan gedung pemerintah, bangunan gedung swasta, tetapi belajar dari berbagai kejadian kebakaran itu semua. Bahkan gedung pemerintah harus menjadi model lebih dulu terhadap yang swasta. Kira-kira demikian. Ya Bu ya. Nah bagaimana peran damkar ke depan? Ini peran kita ke depan. Semoga sebentar kalau tidak salah tadi saya dengar dari Pak Danang mengenai rencana induk. Sebentar akan dihasilkan dalam bentuk Permendagri. Nah, kita coba atur di sana. Peran damkar seperti apa? Bahkan mungkin nanti akan keluar undang-undang keselamatan terhadap bahaya kebakaran. Semoga damkar lebih jaya. Amin, berikan aplaus untuk damkar. Sekarang bagian Pak Nugraha. Pertanyaan untuk Jasper.
Yeah, a question from Miss Anissa to Jasper from BDI regarding how BDI can DBI, I'm sorry, DBI can join with government and industry to set up standard that well known for
make the collaboration.
The question is regarding cooperation and standards, is that right?
Yeah.
I think that's not a problem. We can do cooperation. I think the most important thing is to look on what you would like to achieve, because we can all find standards. But how to implement it, how does it work in your system? Do you have the right system? It's like you can buy a pen, but it does not make you writing. And you would like to write, I think. So maybe we should discuss and find a way forward, because it's not only about standards. It's about systems and how it is applied in your system and what you would like to achieve. So the question, I think, is bigger, in my opinion. But it is also a question of standards. We can find standards and we can cooperate, no problem. Is that okay?
You open to collaborate?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
We are always
Yeah.
open.
Yeah.
We are a small country, and we are. It's necessary for us to cooperate with all kinds of organizations, whether it's small organizations or big organizations, whether it's countries or not. For us, cooperation is important. That was also why I said it was important for me that we have a lot of nationalities inside DBI, because bringing those people together just make much better solutions. They will bring in different ways of acting, different philosophies, and that makes the best solutions. So, yes, we are open.
Okay, give big applause to all the speakers. So this is the end of the first session. We thank you to all the speakers. Jasper, Mr. Jasper, Blanca, Pak Wahyu, Mrs. Rusna, and Bapak Asmi. So there will appreciation from the foundation to all the speakers. So we invite PT Napindo. Napindo is here. Excuse me, Napindo. Oh ya Pak. Oh, dari Bapak aja. From Indonesian Fire and Rescue Foundation. We'll give appreciation token to all the speakers and also the moderator. So, please Pak. First, to Mr. Jasper first. Pak, di tengah Pak. Pak di tengah Pak, boleh di sini Pak? Iya, ya biar foto di sini, foto, take picture. Ya, with me.
With you.
With me.
You sing a
Yes,
song?
Sing a song. Thank you. The second one for Blanca from DBI also, take picture and also with me. Thank you Blanca. Dr. Wahyu from the Ministry of Public Works and Housing. Yeah. Okay. Please for Miss Rusna, yeah? Yes, yeah, with me. Yes. And for Mr. Asmi. And then for the moderator, for me. Give big applause. Oh ya. Ya, ya Pak. With me. Okay, give big applause for Pak Petrus and all the speaker. Thank you. This is the end. You may be seated. So I invite for the moderator for the second session, Bapak Nugraha and dengan Pak siapa? With Pak Teguh to lead the second session. Oke Pak ya.
Selamat siang Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya menyampaikannya dengan bahasa Indonesia. Untuk sesi siang, sesi yang kedua ini, semoga kita masih tetap semangat karena ada 4 speaker lagi yang akan berbicara dan kita akan memanen pengetahuan yang menyegarkan kita untuk pekerjaan-pekerjaan kita. Yang pertama kami undang pembicara dari Healthy, Mr. Hilman Jacob. Please welcome to the stage.
For the first speaker from HILT,
The next speaker, yeah.
from HILT Singapore, Mr. Hilman Jacob. Okay, thank you. And then the next, I invite Mr. Vincent Lee from Zephyr. Please come forward. Thank you. And
then the next speaker is Mr. Adrian Fang from Water Mist Solusi.
You will come later.
Yeah.
And you will come later.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, you also. Okay. Mr. Vincent Lee also will become the speaker for hydrocore water mist solution.
okay, and then the last one, we invite the 8th speaker, Mr. Professor Yulianto Nugroho from Society of Fire Protection Engineers, University of Indonesia. We invite Professor Yulianto. Please come forward. Okay. Because we are running late, I think we can start our presentation from the first speaker, Mr. Hilman. Thank you. So the time.
Hello, test.
Yeah, the time will be 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay, we try. We try. Slides, please. Let me do a test. Okay, my device does not work.
Please, someone help.
No, just hold on.
It's working now? Okay.
Test. Okay, it's working now. Okay, good afternoon to all. My name is Hilman. I'm from Hilt in Singapore. So today we'll be sharing about fire safety for energy storage systems in Singapore. I think it's a hot topic nowadays. Okay, without further ado. Okay, this is the content. I'm not going through. Just have a look. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, next. Okay, Hilt, we are actually a company consisting of professional engineers as well as fire safety engineers and registered inspectors. Okay, so we provide a range of services ranging from fire safety engineering, fire protection design, inspection, as well as fire life safety. Okay, so why we are gathered here to have this conversation today is because in Singapore, likewise in many ASEAN countries, or in many countries, there's a push for sustainability and sustainable solutions. Okay, in Singapore, we are committed to reduce emissions to around 60 metric tons of CO2 by 2030, as well as to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. So this is part of the Singapore Green Master Plan. And because of this, there's a lot of push towards electrification, or we see a lot of cleaner energy alternative uptake by various sectors of the industry. So in Singapore, a lot of electrification. We have EV vehicles, and because of EV vehicles, we have EV charging stations, we have solar panels everywhere, and because of that, we need ESS, energy storage systems. Basically, just batteries. Okay, this is a picture of one of the solar panels installation, floating solar panels on the reservoir. So Singapore, we aim to achieve at least 2 gigawatt peak of solar energy by 2030. This is actually a huge target. It's a bold target. And to maintain grid reliability, we actually need ESS, energy storage systems. Okay, so this is also one of the ESS. I think you should be familiar with this. Right? This is one of the biggest ESS installation in Singapore, 285 megawatt hour ESS installation. So most of the ESS we are actually using lithium-ion batteries because at the present technology, lithium-ion batteries has the highest energy density, Okay, so the question remains: do we want such installation right in our backyard? Right, because there's a lot of safety concern. More often than not, or once in a while, we see a lot of headlines, a lot of fires, burnt houses, people die actually. Okay, a lot of burnt homes. And this is recently in Singapore. We have a data center which caught fire, and firemen, firefighters were on site for 36 hours, or maybe even more than that. They put out the fire for maybe within 12 hours, but of course they have to stand by there for 36 hours. This is only one fire. Imagine you have a lot of battery fires. It may stretch out the firefighting capabilities. So these are some things that we need to consider or understand. Okay, what is thermal runaway? I think a lot of you knows if you are dealing with batteries. Okay, a simple, you see this handphone. If you see your handphone bloating, your battery bloating, please don't use your batteries ready. Please discard them. Buy a new battery. Buy a new battery of a new phone. Okay, so what you're going to see here is what happens when you have a battery cell being overcharged. Okay, this is done in a testing lab in Singapore. Can I ask Mas, sorry yang di belakang tu, bisa press click? Can I, yeah, press click on it. Can. Yep. Okay, so when the battery is overcharged, just look at the, you get off gassing. You see the explosion, and then followed by a battery fire. So most of the profiles like this. Most of the testing profile, you see the battery being bloated up. You get an off-gassing, a huge explosion, and then you have the flame burning of the cell. Okay, so heat build up, bloating of the battery, off-gassing, explosion, and then battery fire. Okay, some may be different profile, but generally is the same. Okay, so we talk about thermal runaway, we see smoke, and we talk about reignition. We just touch a little bit on that later on. So once thermal runaway is when your battery is generating more heat than it can dissipate, and it's usually because of mechanical, electrical, or thermal abuse. Okay, so after you have put out the battery fire, okay, it doesn't mean that it's the end of the day. Okay, because your battery chemicals are still reacting within the cells, right? Even after you have put out the fire, maybe after a few hours or maybe even days, reignition can still happen. Okay, so we have to, and because of this reason, water is still the preferred agent as compared to other fire suppression system. Why is because water has a cooling effect capability. Okay, some suppression system, for example, gas suppression system, they do use gas suppression system to extinguish the fire, but water is still more superior as compared to gas suppression system. So this is taken from NFPA 855. There's also other hazards when we talk about lithium-ion batteries. I will not go through all in detail, but we need to consider all these hazards to do what we call the hazard mitigation analysis. Okay, hazard mitigation analysis, I will talk more on this in a while. So in Singapore, we refer to our local standard, Master Fire Code. Master Fire Code tells you the provision, the fire safety provision that you should be providing, as well as TR77. So TR77 is more about installation safety of ESS, but they do have a small portion of fire safety in TR77. We also look at other standards. We look at UL 9540 as well as UL 9540A. So UL 9540 is more of the certification standard. Once you have your battery, you comply with certain of the requirements UL 9540, you can go for certification. Okay, but UL 9540A is the test method to evaluate thermal runaway. Okay, this is very important, especially in Singapore. It is now made mandatory to have these tests, to do these tests. Especially when you have ESS system you're bringing in to Singapore, you need to have this test report. Apart from that, we also follow NFPA 855. Okay, so UL 9540 as well as UL 9540A deals with product safety. Okay, NFPA 855 deals with environment safety. So both actually work hand in hand. If you have a high standard of product safety, then in terms of your environment safety, you can be a bit more relaxed. Okay, but if your ESS is not, you don't have a very good safety standard for your ESS, then in terms of your built environment, you need to have a more stringent requirement. So both of it work hand in hand. Okay, this is a bit of UL 9540A. You have your cell level test, module level test. Okay, if you're very interested, you can come back to me. You can approach me. I won't go into too detail. And we have fire mitigation strategies. So how do we approach this kind of fires? Okay, before that, this is a fire 101. I think a lot of people know what this is about. Okay, if you remove any one of the elements, you will extinguish the fire. So with that, there are three main strategies. You have your passive strategy, active, as well as your fire brigade intervention. So in our fire code, okay, passive control strategies, the first objective is to minimize the spreading of flame. Second is to retain structural integrity so that during the fire, people can escape as well as firefighters can come in to do their rescue operation. And passive control strategy, you do not need any human intervention or any automatic controls. Okay? So in the fire code, there's a list of clauses to suggest for passive control strategies. I'm not going through all of them, but I'm going to table 6.4a about the battery room. So under the fire code, whether you have a sprinkler or non-sprinkler protected building, your battery room is supposed to be 2-hour fire rated. Yeah, of course, if you look at the fire code as well, it says here that in lieu of your automatic fire sprinkler system, you can actually use water mist system for your battery room fire protection system. Okay, so we talk about active control strategies. If you remember the video earlier, there's a lot of heat and a lot of smoke, right? So you can actually use heat detectors, smoke detectors, or gas detectors to activate your ventilation as well as your fire suppression system. Okay, this is part of your active control strategies. Of course, once your passive fails, active fails, then you need fire brigade to come in to fight the fire. Therefore, you need your fire brigade intervention. Okay? So, of course, in the fire code, there's a list of provision that you need to provide. For example, the fire hydrants, fire engine access way, fireman access panel, and as well as the rising mains. I won't go into detail. We have special requirements on ESS, which is clause 10.3.1. There's this table 10.3.1 in the fire code that says that, okay, you have this threshold stored energy. If you're below this threshold stored energy, the code is not applicable. But if you're more than this threshold stored energy, then you're bounded by the fire code. Your ESS is supposed to be stored at the ground level. And they also limit the maximum allowable storage within a compartment. Okay, so what is table 10.3.1? This is table 10.3.1. We talk about lithium-ion batteries. So the threshold stored energy, you look at the second column, is 20 kilowatt hour for lithium-ion battery, as maximum stored energy is 600 kilowatt hour. Basically, this table is actually taken from NFPA 855. Okay, so anything below 20 kilowatt hour, you're not bounded by the code. Anything more than that, you need to follow the code. Okay, question. Lithium-ion batteries with a total of 1 megawatt hour is intended to be stored within a warehouse at level 1 and level 2. So is this fire code compliant? Okay, because it exceeds 20 kilowatt hour, you're actually bounded by the code. Okay. Secondly, you can only store at level 1. You can't store at level 2. And thirdly, because it exceeds the maximum stored energy requirement of 600 kilowatt hour, we propose to have 2 compartments of 500 kilowatt hour each at level 1. Of course, you need hydrogen gas sensors. And these hydrogen gas detectors are supposed to be, the signal is supposed to be sent to the fire command center. And you need minimum of 6 air change in terms of your ventilation system. Okay, this is the fire code. Now we go to NFPA 855. Okay, NFPA 855 gives us some guidance on how to manage fire. Okay, this is taken from NFPA 855. So it tells you control combustion, you control the combustion process, you control fire by construction, as well as how to suppress fire. Likewise to the fire code, we can see it in terms of passive, active, as well as fire brigade intervention. Okay, I won't go into detail, but I'll touch on some of the points. Okay, in NFPA 855, there are 3 main location classification, namely the indoor, outdoor, and mobile ESS. NFPA 855 gives you very good checklist. Okay, they have checklists for indoor, outdoor, and all the checklists. So very easy. You just look through the checklist. You go through make sure you comply with the code, all the items in the checklist. And if you look through each checklist, they are actually common items. Okay, what we highlighted for you is all the common items that are in every of the checklists. So again, threshold quantities is 20 kilowatt hour, similar to our fire code, because our fire code actually reference to NFPA 855. Okay, talk about passive strategies in NFPA 855. Every group is limited to 50 kilowatt hour, and you need to space them 1 meter apart. Maximum stored energy, 600 kilowatt hour. Very similar to our fire code because we reference to NFPA 855. Okay, and then you have 2-hour fire resistance rating. And okay, those are passive strategies. Active strategies, you need gas detectors, and your gas detectors would activate your ventilation system. Okay, and your ventilation system needs to be designed to 5.1 liters per second per meter square. Okay, this is to keep your. I'm sorry. Can I have a help at the back there?
Yeah, maybe the battery need to be changed.
This is my personal one. Okay, never mind. Okay, Ken, we'll proceed. So the ventilation system has to be designed to 5.1 liters per second per meter square, and this is to keep your LFL below 25%. Of course, you need your suppression system, 12.2 over 230 meters squares. Okay, so this 12.2 actually is very familiar. This number is because it's reference to your FM Global data sheet. And of course, you need your explosion control to design to NFPA 68 or 69. Okay, that is for active control. You also need your fire brigade intervention, similarly, to be stored at the same level where firefighters or fire engine can access, and you need fire hydrants to be available and accessible. Okay, so what we do for clients is, of course, we do a gap analysis. Okay, we create a checklist. We go through their proposals, and we go through the checklist we benchmark it to the fire code as well as NFPA 855. Okay, so again, we see the proposal, we benchmark them to fire code as well as NFPA 855, and see what's the gap. Okay, so how we close the gap is basically qualitative approach as well as quantitative approach. So for qualitative approach is more of doing the hazard mitigation analysis. It's not just doing the hazard mitigation analysis. We need to put mitigation and then do a hazard mitigation analysis. The quantitative approach, two ways. Okay. Simulation, okay. Basically engineering simulation using CFD, as well as UL9540A large-scale fire tests. So in terms of HMA, when we do, okay, is actually stated in the NFPA 855. Okay, when you have battery technologies, new battery technologies that come in, not stated in NFPA 855, you need to do your HMA. Or you have multiple battery technologies within the same compartment. For example, you have a lead acid plus a lithium ion stored within the same room. Can we do that? You need to do a HMA. If you want to increase your MAQ, currently it's 600 kilowatt hour for lithium ion batteries. If you exceed that, then you need to do your HMA. Okay, this is engineering simulation, just an example. We use simulation to determine the activation time for sprinklers during an EV car fire. So again, simulation is garbage in, garbage out. So it's a tool for us to help us, okay, to help us determine. Instead of doing the actual test, we use simulation to actually help us determine what we want. Okay, so this is one example.
1 more minute.
Yep,
Yeah.
finishing. Okay. So this is another example, bug. I need to use press. Yep. So this is another example. This is ESS. I need someone at the back to help press the simulation. Okay, this is actually ESS, target ESS on fire. Okay, and then we use the simulation to find what's the surface temperature of the adjacent ESS. Able to press for me?
Minta tolong ditekan.
Ya,
layarnya.
sudah. So, so it's just a simulation. We subject this ESS on fire, and then we find out what's the surface temperature of the adjacent ESS. Okay, I'm finishing. Yeah, bear with me. Okay, so large scale fire test, also we call it installation level test. I think the previous speakers has talked about it, so I won't talk it in much detail. And my last slide. Okay, in our drive to achieve sustainability goals, fire safety shall not be compromised. Okay, thank you.
Thank you to
fire accident. So only one EV get fired, but we have burned more than 140 vehicles underground of the garage. So it's also, as you know, from 2018, 2022, is more than almost 300 fire accident for EV and the garage. So we also have more than 12 people dead and 70 people injured. So also the most important and the serious events is happened in the 26th July this year. So the president of South Korea is also give the condolence for the victims. So it's also, we have Tesla Cybertruck. So we always think Tesla is most safety vehicles, but fire accident happens. Not only for trucks, it's also for EVs. And so what, according to our statistic, what we collect all the data from newspapers, we have the recovery rate for EV from 1.15% to 4.6%. Why we have so variance? Because it has different country, people or companies not so strict to respect recall policy. So that's the difference. So also for the BESS fire accident, I think from last May, June, July, August, every month, it happens. So most famous, I think, in May this year in San Diego, in California, is the largest BESS get fired. It burned almost 15 days. So in Korea, we also 20 sold people dead. The fire accident happened inside battery production site. So what's the fire accident rate? Real happened is more than 1.5%. But it's real happened fire accident rate. What's the probability? Is also more than 1.5%. So usually, as we know, for one BESS in one container, 20 feet container, usually we have almost more than 5,000 cells. If one cells, the thermal runaway rate is 1 ppm. So one container thermal run rate should be around 0.5%. But if one BESS power station, we have 10 containers. So what's the possibility of the fire accident for one power station is between 0.5 and 5% fire accident yearly probability. So we also, it's also very famous also last weeks, what happened in Singapore for IDC. So it's also have fire more than 30 hours. So we also have Chinese, we have a lot of electrical bicycles. So every year, in average, is more than 20,000 fire bicycle accidents. So like for fire accident for electrical bicycle, also electrical car, is not only this bicycle or this vehicle has damaged, because as we stopped, we put a lot of electrical bicycle and electrical car in the same place. So the fire will be influenced all the neighbor nearby, the EVs and the bicycles. So we cannot independently to think one accident, but one accident will cause a lot of property and people loss. So that's the most, I think, dangerous and serious. So we always think, as we know, we have residential fire, commercial fire, and industrial fire. We also have fire A, fire B. So what's a battery fire? It's a new fire. So people know the battery fire's real characteristics. Do we know or not? How can we do this kind of research? Only we know how happened, why happened, and the real characteristics. We can develop a right product, right solution to protect. So everybody, most people we talk about is after fire detection and after fire extinction. So is it possible to prevent or not? So as therefore, all our teams were from automotive industry. So automotive industry mindset is prevention. We prevent accident. We prevent fire. So, as we said, we have to know what's the difference between traditional fire and battery fire. We have to know what's the difference between protect traditional fire and battery fire protection. What's the difference? So, as everybody said, I think that all people knows. The battery fire is in very short seconds. They release 100 times, even 10,000 times heat released from battery. So heat release speed of the battery is more than 100 times, even 10,000 times than traditional fires. So it's not a fire, it's an explosion. So, as we know, all the heat is totally linked with temperature. So, we think if we can control the temperature of the cell, if we can control the temperature of the environment, air temperature, it is very possible to prevent the fire accident. So it's a lot of, I think, people know, we always mixed, we cannot better understand what's between cell safety, pack level, bond level safety, and the pack level with unit safety. That's totally different. As the vehicles and the BS is system, is not a cell. So it's system safety. So it's always the question we ask. We also think ourselves. So is prevention plus extinction, or after fire detection plus after fire extinction? So which is the right way? What's the right, best, and efficient way to prevent? So from our practice, is prevention plus after fire extinction. And we also think about what's the smallest, miniest safety protection units. So we think is pack. Because I put a pack in the module because in the BSS from UL standard, they said module. Module is the same we said in the vehicle. Vehicle we always say cell to module to pack. But for BSS in UL standard, we said module equal to pack. So we have to think about the from pack level as a minimum safety protection units. So what's therefore proposed to this battery application induction? We said 4-level protection solutions. So level 1, we said level 1, level 2, level 3 is all preventional. Level 4 is after fire detection and after fire protection, after fire extinction. So what means level 1? We said liquid cooling and liquid heating for each cells inside the pack. Cell is like us, like people. We need the right temperature to keep the right function and the right performance. So for people, 37 degrees is the best. Everything is good. We have a longer life. For cell, we need a 25. But usually we control the temperature of the cell between 25 and 35 degrees. Why we said the liquid cooling, the liquid heating, just compare with air cooling and the air heating. People, us, we are liquid cooling. We are not air cooling. Liquid cooling will keep the best performance for the temperature adjustment. So level 2, as Mr. Hillman said, we invent a composite detect. This composite we can detect combustible gas, smoke, and heat, plus VOC. This composite detect we put inside pack. We to predict and monitoring when the battery gets thermal runaway. And if battery gets thermal runaway, we will move to level 3. We will check level 3. So what's the level 3? We just inject non-conductive, not what is conductive, non-conductive clear agent. We inject inside the pack to absorb the heating generated from cell. If the air temperature inside the pack is lower than combustible gas ignition point, those combustible gas will never be burned. So if those combustible gas not be burned, so usually we can control thermal runaway propagation within 3 cells. That means maximum thermal runaway heat release is represent 3 cells heat release volumes. So if our cooling capacity is plus, that means is bigger than the total heat released by the cells, and absorber speed is also bigger than cell heating release speed. That means even at the early stage of the fire, we can extinguish the fire for the early stage fire, and we can always let the air temperature and the cell temperature go down. So if the air temperature and the cell temperature go down to the normal environment temperature, so cells will never be ignition. That means with level 1, level 2, level 3, we can prevent the fire inside the pack. But sometimes we also have some problems. So if it happens for level 1 plus level 2, level 3, we cannot prevent the fire. So we need a level 4. We said cabinet level total flooding extinction system. It was said traditional fire protection. But traditional fire protection for those kind of product specifications is just for building, not for BESS. Always BESS will be required for 15 to 20 years life cycle. Building, we ask for 2 to 5 years. And the EMC inside of BESS is much, much important than building environment. So we also have to think about how can we develop right products for level 4 for total flooding extinction system. So that means we cannot use actually building fire protection, even industrial fire protection units products to apply to BESS applications. So we have to develop right products and the right solution according to battery specific application field. That's very important. So I just give 4 vocabularies to let the people to better understanding. So level 1 we said is caring. How can we care the health and the longer life for the battery? Level 4 we just monitoring. I think people don't understand. And the level 3 recovery. If we have a problem, we go to the hospital to recover. But level 4 I put the name ICU, emergency. Why? Because just a few seconds. It's just people feel not good, immediately cancel. So it's ICU. So that means that we said 4 level protection solutions. Level 1, level 2, level 3 is preventional. And the level 4 is after fire detection and after fire extinction. So as Herman said, we have detected different, we use different sensors, but we actually use on the container level, but we do the composite detector with those different sensors inside the pack. So we can only detecting the thermal runaway. So actually in China, we use 4 level protection, not only for BESS, we also for electrical city bus, electrical truck, truck sweeping station, car sweeping station, also IDC, all the different battery applications. So how we do the research? Usually we said we have to know what's the characteristics for the thermal runaway of lithium battery, and what kind of quality system we apply to do the research, do the product development, solution development for the production and the quality control. We use automotive standard. We use IATF 16949. I think it's the most strict quality system for the mass production products. And also, we do the development according to the specific application field. So we have the combustion vessel. I think it's the largest one worldwide. We can put all the different cells, LFP, ternary, semi-solid, solid cell, and also inside to measuring what's the total heat production, what's the heat release speed, what's the different gases produced. That means all the what's the particles, what's the diameter of the particles and the mass of the particles. So we almost have all the different cells data for our product development. So we also develop on the module level and the pack level for LFP battery. So more on way all at the early stage fire extinction test. We also developed with the NCM battery, ternary battery on the thermal runaway stage, or at the early fire extinction stage testing facilities. So we also have on the module level, single rack level, multiple rack or compartment level for the BSS, thermal runaway, and also early fire stage testing facilities. So those videos we do from 2017 to 2019. We just use real vehicle, real EV car battery. So we check the fire by heating. So you can see the fire spread with high pressure. So that's why we use water. We cannot extinction. So even water cannot go inside the pack. So how can we extinction that? The only way we have the agent, extinction agent or cooling agent, go inside the pack. Is effective way and the best way. We control the fire or eliminate the fire, not outside of the pack. With so high pressure of the fire, it just cannot go inside the pack. So for the sorry. So right, left. Just with our products, we can avoid the fire happen inside the pack. So, as we know, we also have the punch cell for NCM with 811. So it's a small pack. We also do the same to make him check get fire. So your light flash is explosion, and we let them go inside the water. You'll see the fire continue. So not the water, after fire water to extinction the fire, no. The best way is prevention. Prevention, I think, can eliminate 90% fire accidents. But we need extinction. But actually, traditional fire extinction way is not the efficient way. We have to think about the new technology. Sorry. So we also do the BSS testing for the real fire testing. All our products usually be validated by real fire. We said the early stage fire testing to validate our products development. So for the right picture, right video, we use air cooling pack for the BSS. Left is liquid cooling BSS. So we all use the biggest cells. For the air cooling, 302 ampere hours as the cells is biggest one. And for the liquid cooling, we use 340 ampere hours. And those testing we did in middle September. 2021. That means 4 years ago. Today is 20 September. So 4 years ago, 3 years ago, we did those kind of testing to validate our products, our solutions. So usually those kind of gases is black and toxic. But as we use the flash to do the video, so what we see is white. So we let the fire burn for 3 or 5 minutes. Then we inject the cooling agent inside the pack to see we cannot extinguish the fire or not. And then we still continue to follow the temperature sensor, what we connect to the cells, also on the packs, to see the temperature is go down to environment temperature or not.
Excuse me, Vincent, 5 more minutes.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So let them finish this video, I think. People will be interested on this video. So usually we do the real fire testing. So actually, every month we have our clients go to our laboratory to do the real fire testing to see the real effects. So I move to next. So we just develop for the different products, different solutions for the different applications. So for vehicles, for BESS, it's also for level 4 products. So this application is also video we use for the city bus. City bus we already equipped for Tianjin, Shanghai, Beijing, Hangzhou. I think top 10 biggest cities in China already equipped with our products for electrical city buses. It's also for truck sweeping station, passenger car sweeping station. It's also for BESS. So in China, we also already formalized more than 20 on pack level battery safety protection standards or regulations. And it's not only for vehicles, it's also for electrical ship, telecommunications, also for IDC. But actually, I think for UL, FM, usually still on all the regulations or standards issued is on the cabinet level, not yet on the pack level. So actually, only China, we are on the pack level. So me, I'm always on the automotive industry from 1997. I studied back from France. So at that time, I'm a general manager of the French component company. We developed it to Volkswagen Shanghai, Volkswagen FAW, PSA in China. So for my team and me, we always own the mindset of the automotive standard. So we are also very honored to be invited President of BESS Protection Solutions Practice on the last July for Fire Asia 2024 in Hong Kong. And therefore, we also host first and the second session for BSS Fire Protection Forum in Shanghai. We are continually for the next year for the third session. So welcome everybody to join us. We are, therefore, is also chairman unit for Yangtze Level Delta Energy Storage and Safety Industrial Chain Alliance in China. And we also China National Specialized Find Practical and Innovative Key Little Agent Enterprise. That's in China is not more than 500 companies can get this kind of recognized. So we also get award from China Science and Technology Ministry. And we also formalize more than 300 standards and regulations in China for the battery protections. We also have a lot of research cooperations with Tsinghua University, with USTC. We also participated with China National Fire School Administrations for the battery protections. And we also participated in formalized GBT 42288. In these regulations required on the pack level protections for the detectors and cooling suppressions. And in China, we also end formalizing general technical requirement for fire monitoring and warning system for BESS system. Therefore, is also chief audit, one of the chief audit. So therefore, is also chief audit for the vehicle product standard for level 2 and level 3. Inside the pack detection and inside the pack cooling separations. So we get from scientific technology ministry some awards. So we also forced the key laboratory in Shanghai for the BESS safety and protection laboratory. So we supply for all the top 20 BESS manufacturers, like BYD, CATL, CRRC. So also for the new energy city buses. In Indonesia, we also developed some products with the Chinese electrical city bus OEMs. Also for heavy truck. Also truck sweeping stations. Passenger car sweeping stations. Also BESS in China. And the BESS for overseas applications, as Peo mentioned, for Singapore, Jurong Island BESS projects. So we all develop all the top electrical bus OEMs, truck OEMs. Also for the airport vehicles, all the vehicles for the airport use, we also oriented to electrical vehicles. So we also supply to the China state-owned BESS end users for the China national grid, state grid, also Huaneng, and the CNNC is all the top 20, top 10 Chinese energy groups. So these are the conductor information. And we always think if battery safety has a color, it should be the blue. Okay, thanks. And welcome to visit us in Shanghai. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vincent Lee. Please give applause. Thank you. Before we move to the next speaker, I want to announce we will have two additional speakers later. We're still waiting them. From DBI, Mr. Akalu T. Rouge, and later Mr. Adrian Fang. Oh, they're coming. Okay, so if Mr. Akalu and Adrian already coming, you can move in front of the stage. So I need continue with Mr. Akalu. Oh, please come forward. Okay. So we already, Mr. Akalu is okay. Yeah, yeah. So because Mr. Akalu is from DBI in morning session, so we put Mr. Akalu in this session before the others. So please, Mr. Akalu. For you.
Thank you. Can we get the slideshow? We just need the technical.
Okay. Okay, you can start now.
Blanca, can you connect the? Otherwise, you can't use it. Perfect. Now I think we're working. Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me. Apologies for not being able to make the morning session. My name is Akalu Rue. I come from the Danish Institute of Fire and Security Technology. And I would like to talk a little bit about thinking fire safety holistically. So what do we mean about this? I would like to discuss the importance of including and considering human, social, and organizational aspects when considering safety. I would like to pose some general questions about working with safety and fire safety and risk in general. And then I would like to show how DBI is working together with Indonesia using some of these academic thoughts. A little bit about myself, just for an introduction. I have a background in social sciences. I work right now with scoping and developing large international projects. I'm an expert delegate at the International Maritime Organization, where I support the Danish Maritime Authority in container ship fire safety matters and regulatory amendments. I'm the risk lead at DBI. I'm a human factors specialist, and I'm one of the main authors of the EMSA study Cargo Safe, among others. So, the main point of today, reality is rarely simple or by the books. So what does that mean? Fire safety and safety in general. Oftentimes when we deal with these topics, we get hung up on standardization, on technical systems, equipments, and procedures. And they are important, but they also need to work in reality. They need to work in conjunction with the world around them. And oftentimes when we do work, we realize that these things do not match. The interplay is not positive. I work with turbines, I work with container ship fire safety, for example, and here in these projects, when we talk about risk, we talk about safety, we often see this interplay being somewhat negative. You see things where culture, where rules actually hinder, and the interplay between them actually hinder safety and safe behavior. But at the same time, we see a multitude of cases where humans show what we call adaptive capacity by altering the procedure and doing things in a safe manner that makes sense efficiently within the system that they're working with. And that is something that is incredibly important to nurture. Some of the factors that we discuss are these. These are the things we look at, some of the things we look at when we work with risk and we work with fire safety. So of course you all know equipment, and having the right equipment is essential. Technical systems and training. I think these are common understandings. But things like culture play an immense role in making sure, in interplaying with these things. If you have equipment that doesn't match your rules and regulations, if you have work requirements that don't match the equipment you have, you will have a higher risk. This is a problem. They all affect each other in various ways. Let's say if we take something simple like a building, it's not actually simple. It consists of many things. It's designed for different uses, for different users. It's designed by people, and fire safety is oftentimes just a very minimal thing. It's just an afterthought sometimes, unfortunately. However, you have to acknowledge the totality and the reality of what you're working with. You have to understand that specialists, such as we have in the room, and we have many, you can make great single systems. You can make, for example, an active system that works very well. You can make passive fire protection that can also be very efficient, or you can make evacuation strategies. But unfortunately, we see, such as events like Grenfell Tower, that even though you have some of these things in place, if you don't look at the totality, if you don't look at the overall aspect and put it together with the right comprehensive thought, you still have a failure, unfortunately. So these things needs to be assessed and assembled at a general level to ensure that the totality of the strategy functions efficiently. So for example, if it's a building, that the reality that that building exists in, everything needs to interplay together. Then I also like to pose that question, because that's something that everyone takes for given, right? It's something we see written all over. It's always safety first. But everyone that works academically with safety all knows that that's not really how it works. Safety is never really first. Unfortunately, or you could say in reality, things need to move along. Things need to work efficiently. People need to work, people need to live, and things need to function. And again here, sometimes, oftentimes, these things are put as opposites, safety and efficiency. And they are not, in my opinion, opposites. They actually, it's a dynamic that complements each other. But you have to understand how it complements each other. Of course, we want to avoid unsafe efficiency. Doing things that are inherently unsafe for pushing productivity is not necessarily a good thing, because when disaster happens, and it always does at some point, that efficiency will drop again anyways. We also want to avoid over-designing safety. That's a very easy culprit to fall into, because you can always make things safer, but if we do, it becomes costly, and that also hinders efficiency. Then you don't have a project anymore. So what I'm trying to say is that safety has to make sense in a context. It has to make sense for the user, for the worker, or the people in the community or in the society that you're working with. Otherwise, it's useless. Safety for the sake of safety doesn't make sense. You can't know everything. Some things are not known. You cannot cover everything when you do a risk assessment. It's impossible. So you have to account for the unaccountable. Unforeseen events will happen, but this is where allowing space for adaptive capacity, for humans to act within the system. You allow for adaptive capacity, you allow them to flourish, to keep the society resilient and the workplace safe. I'd like to jump to this. This is a project that we're working on here in Indonesia, together with the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Indonesian Fire and Rescue Foundation, a Danish supplier, and a Danish Center of Firefighters. The project is called Satellite Fire and First Aid Station. Essentially, it's the idea is to place small satellite fire stations across 6 cities in Indonesia. And the way we're working with this is inherently inspired by the thoughts I just tried to share. So what does it consist of? Our role is not technology heavy. Our role is about implementing the technology in the right way, in a way that makes sense for Indonesian society. Our role is to provide various services and knowledge and consultancy to make sure that this is a long-lasting, sustainable project for Indonesia, with Indonesia. So some of the things we will do is make sure that the implementation binds together the technology, the knowledge, the training, and the people. We'll develop the fire safety strategies together with the Ministry of Home Affairs, from alarm handling through to first strike operations and successful extinguishment. We're ensuring efficient capacity for enhanced fire readiness in Indonesia. Let me jump to this one. This one I think is interesting. We've developed a custom tool to assess the placement of fire stations in cities across Indonesia to demonstrate the optimal location to ensure maximum coverage for all cities involved. This is a custom designed tool because it makes spatial mapping based on high-risk areas. It's updatable live and immediately. It's supported by quality assessments in the field. And of course, it's in close collaboration with the governments and local fire services. That is very close to me. The project is not just about implementing equipment in the fire services. It's also about giving the communities enhanced readiness and fire awareness. So the project consists of large amounts of local engagement, relation building, and support in the local communities. I think for the sake of time, and since I was late, I will small glimpse into how we work. Please approach me. This is how we work with both risk and with safety. Two things that coincide but are also somewhat different. This is also how we work with fire safety and technology implementation and resilient societies at play. And we ensure long-lasting, high-impact projects and successful implementations. So we're ready to work with Indonesia on several more aspects, not just this project. I think for the sake of time, I'll cut it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akalu. Thank you for your interesting presentation regarding the factor of human factor. And we continue to Mr. Adrian from Hydrocore Water Mist Solution. The time is yours. Thank you. 15 to 20 minutes presentation. Okay, thank you.
And this is London today. This is a city 19 years ago, right? If you recognize which one this is. And this is a city 19 years later, right? And when we talk about cities, right, the risks behind the things of the cities has changed tremendously. And fire institutes everywhere, right, have been updating their understandings, and companies like us from the industries doing the same. So on the right-hand side, it's a snippet from FM, right? So they keep updating what is hazard category 1, hazard category 2, hazard category 3, which many of those places doesn't even exist 100 years ago, maybe not even 30 years ago. And so we categorize the structures and the risks in a different way, right? So we categorize the cities into power and data, transportation, government services, commercial services, and on the other hand, industrial, marine, military, aerospace. And all of them bears very different risks and materials. And many of those becomes more real, right, when you dive into the details of different building. A hotel is different from a tunnel, right? From a garage, from a university, from a prison, from a transformer, right? From an automotive plant, right? From a ship, right? And with those, the city you just saw, the beautiful city of Dubai, right? 2015, New Year's Eve, right? A 63-story building was burned. 300 million insurance, plus years of lost revenue in the hotel, like this caliber. The famous, you just saw the Olympics this year, and Notre Dame was not finished refurbishing from this fire in 2019. And by the way, it is Watermist protecting the new building right now. Last year in London, 1,400 cars was burned in one fire in the Luton airport. And this is the smallest airport in London. Those fires still happening, right? So we're just gonna share our learning. I know all of you are probably expert in fire. So is it regulation? Because everyone globally talks about more rigorous regulations, which is necessary, right? Is the quality control of the products, right? We know in fire industry, there is a lot of low quality products. And the reason from the industry is that most of the fire product is never used in their life cycle, which is a good thing. But the bad thing is people cheat, right? Is it just pure negligence in maintenance, in operation? Or is it structural, architectural, or is it technology? So our answer, technology plays a key part. So 1880 versus 2019 versus 2024, and you can imagine automatic driving is coming in a few years. So 140 years, right? This is the change in technology. Also, 1881, something very important happened in our industry, right? So sprinkler was invented. And today, right, we have pretty much the same sprinkler as 140 years ago. And those are the big names, right? So is sprinkler plus some clean agent enough to ensure the safety of modern cities that has become so complicated, right? So complicated over the 140 years. And those are the three things, right, that has made fire more devastating than ever, right, because of those complications. One is the smoke. The smoke has gotten more toxic. The second is spread, right? Fire spread much faster than fire brigades can reach, right? The last thing, of course, is evacuation, right? Everyone has seen 9/11, and we see a lot of 9/11 plays out in a lot of high-rise fires. So we know the issue, but then what's our goal, right? What's the goal of everyone here in this hall, right? What is the goal of fire protection system? So as a modern man, right, we ask Google and ChatGPT. Right? So the top answers from Google and ChatGPT are pretty much the same, right? Number one is life safety. Second is property protection. Third is continued business, which has become more important and critical in today's modern world, such as subways, data centers. You want them back to business in minutes. And then, of course, environmental concerns, right? A quick resumption, right? And all those things. And smoke control, cost efficient is always the topic. So are we achieving those goals, right? If not, then what are the answers? So we see the answers from the basics of physics, which is engineer the use of water instead of use the plumbing principle of water, which is a lot of the fire rescue is, which is critical for fire rescue, but we think there is a better alternative to fire protection, especially automated active fire protection. So we, as a manufacturer from UK, combines this modern technology, relatively modern technology, with fire research. So on the left-hand side, we are doing product development. On the other hand side, we are doing application development. So what is watermess? What we're proposing, right? It's a technology really started to appear in, especially on land in 1996 when, thanks to FM, started distributing their famous FM 5560. And then later on, of course, NFPA catched up with NFPA 750, right? Now British standard, the EN standard. But when people hear about watermess, everyone knows it's small droplets of water, right? But it has actually more to how it works, right? And we'll try to explain that here, right? So everyone knows this fire triangle, right? And sprinklers try to use water to reduce the heat. And clean agent try to oppress the oxygens. So watermess is pretty much the only technology that does both. And how does it do both? So in physics, when the droplets get so small, it floats, almost floats in the air, most of the water actually evaporates. And evaporation in our high school physics absorbs so much heat that boiling water doesn't. Let alone most of the waters in the sprinkler systems are actually damaging the floor rather than fighting the fire, right? I'm not saying sprinkler is bad or anything. It's just watermess has so much more cooling effects, a few hundred times more cooling effects than traditional water or big droplet water. And on the other hand, when the evaporation happens, the oxygen level actually reduces because of dilution. Right? So here's a few charts behind the science because of the big surface area that the mist creates, so evaporation happens much, much quicker. Cooling is so much more rapid. And the other thing that watermess achieves during this process of evaporation is actually cleans or washes the smoke. So that is why our biggest application today is the metro station, as well as globally, I think for watermess, the fastest growing sector for watermess is data centers. So NFPA 776 says firefighting system for electric spaces should have an effective abatement of smoke to reduce damage made by smoke. So everyone here knows most people are killed by smoke in a fire, but the same thing is happening with those electric equipments. Smokes get into the discs. And quick comparison between the systems, I'll skip this. But basically it's non-toxic, it's just water. It's much more effective in cooling and cleans the smoke. And in the end, it saves lives. So Hydroco and partners have protected thousands of mega structures in modern cities, particularly modern cities, and structures underneath the cities, which is subways, tunnels, cable tunnels. So this building today, Shanghai Tower is still the tallest building in terms of usable floors, right? Burj Khalifa is higher, right? There are other buildings in South Asia, right? In Malay is higher. Shanghai Tower is the third tallest, but in terms of occupied floor, it's actually still the tallest. So we installed 3 pump units only in this building to protect more than 100 kind of applications. And in terms of sector, we protected hundreds of subway stations, tunnels, historical sites and museums, hospitals. So particularly in UK, I would say, more and more hospitals are being protected by only water mass. So one system protects both the machine rooms and the patient rooms. Airports, transformers, which is where it all started. So water mass, because of its cooling effects, it's most powerful in Class B big oil fire. Right, so that's where FM started its research in the 1990s or prior. Hammer press, the same thing, automotive industry. Pretty much all the paint rooms in the automotive industries today are protected by water mass. And data centers is a rising star, and cable tunnels. And this is our product. Pump units, pump, nozzles, and all. The system itself is FM approved. And on the other side, which is the fire research side, right? So we work a lot with the fire institutes, right? Like FM, like BDS, like SGS, TUV, not yet with DBI, we wish. But we also do our own research before we reach out to them, right? And there are a few applications I think that's quite unique, right? So take the high-rise car park. Right, take the metro tunnels, right? So all of those, take the archives, right? Substations, the tunnel fire test facilities, battery as well, the metros. So take metro or subway, or in UK they call underground or tube, right? So the issue with subway, for example, is it's limited vent, it's high toxic. The smoke definitely runs faster than humans during a fire, right? And the evacuation passage is very narrow, right? Being London or Shanghai, same thing, right? It's difficult for outside rescues, for fire trucks to get into the subways, right? So it's potential, right? Casualties. So there has been one subway station on fire in Korea, I think. A few hundred people die instantly, right? And the downtime, right? One subway station downtime affects the whole city. Right? So this is one example of a research that we did for the subway tunnel, particularly. So we utilized our water mist system in a different way and protected the tunnel by dividing the tunnel into sections. So when a fire, so we actually did real human simulations during a fire scenario. And concluded the CO level is reduced to 500 ppm, the CO2 reduced to 3%, the oxygen level stays above 12%, right? So it's safe for humans. And the temperature, very importantly, temperature reduced to less than 50 degrees during this tunnel. And the visibility, that because of the smoke scrubbing effects. And other topic that Stephen just shared earlier extensively, we do a lot of fire research related to the structure that have batteries inside. So not the battery itself too much, but so scenarios that are huge concern now, for example, in London Fire Brigades was very concerned about e-bikes I'm sure now they are very concerned about EV parking. US or Australia or this part of the world, Indonesia maybe, the energy storage system. And in mega cities, governments are doing researches. We are doing this with the government on the electric bus, the double-deck e-bus. So, again, right, to summarize, to answer the goals of fire protection system, which was pretty much not achieved today with the 100-year-old technology, right? So what does water mist do, right? In summary, so it's rapid drop of heat, right? Which everyone here knows, right? It's number one thing for firefighting, right? Smoke scrubbing, blocking, right? Essential for life saving, right? Low water damage, which is the biggest hate and love for sprinklers, right? Hollywood love to demonstrate the effects. A huge saving in spaces and piping and many projects. Our system is cheaper than traditional systems and zero emission, and very importantly, multi-hazard application. So one system protects the whole subway, one system protects the whole hospital, one system. Most of the 5-star, 6-star hotels are protected by water mist alone in London as well. Schools, nursing homes. So again, our answer to fire protection of megacities is engineered use of water and a combination of product innovation plus fire research. Yeah. So again, the holistic approach to fire protection. And so when we talk about holistic, this is, I think, the last slide. Holistic approach, all right? We have concluded 5 aspects, right? So traditionally, or 100 years ago, it was more about structures, right? That's how FM was created, right? To protect the factories, right? It's called factory mutual, right? To protect the factories, which are huge investment for the investors, right? And then the lives, right? Lives have gotten more essential over the years. And water mist, because of the cooling and smoke scrubbing effects, it really saves life, right? And business continuity, as I said, the data centers, metros, has become more essential than ever. But the other two things are the properties. So traditionally, we don't think about property during a fire. We just want to put it out, right? But with water mist, you are able to protect or contain the fire to a very small, limited damage. Take hotel as example. You're only damaging the corner of the room instead of the 2 floors, right? And lastly, environment, right? We've all heard FM 200 phasing out. And water mist started because Halong phased out in 1989, right? That's where water mist started being applied on the marine side. But now we've seen FM 200 phasing out. We all know 3M stopped, Novak, right? So those innovations, right, in clean agent is very important, I think, in the industrial side. But on the commercial side, we are seeing water mist being the solution for a lot of commercial or government buildings. So thank you very much for your time. So we are HydroCore, all right, based outside of Yorkshire Hall. Our Asia headquarters is in Singapore and Shanghai. And so we do design for customers. We do consulting alongside consulting firms. We do fire research. We supply, install, and maintain, right? And that's our email, info@hydrocore.co.uk if you need any questions to be answered.
Thank you, Adrian. Dan untuk pembicara terakhir, kami persilahkan Profesor Yulianto dari Society of Fire Engineers, Fire Protection Engineers. Saya persilahkan waktunya.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to have you all here, and it's my opportunity to share with you all the work that we've done in our labs. So please, the slide. So Adrian, thank you for very much for your presentation. You make my life much easier because I would like also to present about the water mist system. So actually, I study in Leeds University in Yorkshire also. So, okay, my presentation, please. Yeah, this is my presentations. Water mist fire suppression system. It's a review presentations. My name Yulianto Nugroho. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is a bit about myself. I'm working as the professor in the University of Indonesia, and I work closely with the government of Jakarta and also the Ministry of Public Service and Housing. And I also a member of the IFSS, SFB Indonesian chapters. Okay. So I will skip some of my presentations because you already give a very nice introductions. So let me start with the fire dynamics, and then we'll continue with water mist fire protections, control, design code, and research and development. Okay. So if we talk about safety, then according to NFPA glossary of terms, there are two main definitions, fire and disasters. These two terms is being used by Indonesian agencies. One is for fighting the fires, and the other one is mostly due to natural disasters like flood, volcanoes, eruptions, etc. If we are talking about fire, then let us see this very nice slide. Bisa di start, Mas? Bisa di start? If you see from this simple text, you'll understand that actually it's the flammable mixtures responsible for the fires. So as long as there's a flammable mixture, then we must be very careful. Some event like the famous one, the Bunsfield Field fire near London, and also some oil tank fire in Indonesia can be explained by these slides. Next. Why? Because during a fire, there should be a mixture, combustible mixture between air and fuel. So we must be then consider different vapor will react at different flammability limits, and also required minimum ignition energy. So if you are look here, then during the event of room fires, we must be careful with the development of the flammable mixtures, because if the compartmentation is not designed and construct clearly and in a safe manners, then actually we can have the source of flammable mixtures from one room, but we detect the smoke in other locations. So we must be careful with that. And usually we also see this what kind of ignition process that start from the level of the minimum ignition energies and the critical heat flux is achieved. Then the other important parameters in the fire is the heat release rate. So we can define one room, and other rooms have a different kind of level of safety due to the heat release rates that is possible in that particular area. This is why by understanding that a condition below the critical temperatures, that's the main point. And then if you want to remove the heat, then we must also achieve that strategy. In a water mist system, the droplets, because it's very, very small, less than say 1 millimeters, less than 1 millimeter, then actually it's not reaching the surface of the it's not reaching the fuel. Actually, it's only evaporates during the path to the fuels. Okay, let me continue. And it's also reducing the oxygens to reach the fire, so it has a mechanism of oxygen displacements. And then this is one of the most important factors. It's also attenuate the radiation, so the fires will receive the source of the vaporized fuel will receive less and less heat from the radiation, so that the evaporation rates of the fuels will less and less, and then actually it will the fire have no capacity to withstand the heat loss, so it will die out. So let us see now the design codes. Fortunately, in Indonesia, it's maybe very important information for you, Adrian, that actually we already have Indonesian standard for water mist system. So we adopt the NFPA 750, yeah, by Comtech 1304. So actually we are also in the direction to introduce this technology for more infrastructures and building that we develop today. And of course, as Adrian mentioned before, it is with a wide range of applications such as machinery space, power generations, cooking area, residential building, commercial building, etc. And now I would like to show you some of our works in our labs. So this is the first work that we carry out about say 8 years ago, yeah, 7 years ago, that we actually try to extinguish cellulose fires at different positions. We only use one nozzle of the water mist, and as you can see here, this is the wood crisps. And we measure the density of the water flux by using a cup, 100 of cups, 20 by 20, 400 cups. So can you imagine one run? It will require a lot of time to measure the weight of the cup, but by carrying out this effort, then we can actually have the nozzle spray patterns, the actual nozzle spray patterns at a level of say 3 meters. Otherwise, we can only depend upon the manufacturer's measurement result. So, oh sorry. So I'll show you some data here. We can measure also the volume droplets, surface area of the droplets, and the total surface area of the water mist. And this is one of the results. We can see that it's very effective in reducing the temperatures from about 600 to about room temperatures. So it extinguished within less than 3 minutes. Yeah. So that's the first attempts. Now this is a more challenging conditions where we put the fires below, say like shielded fires. So it's quite difficult to extinguish fire like this using a water mist, because it has no direct contact with the fire source. So it's really requires the movement of the mist. That is why water mist is effective on compartment fires, an enclosed fire, not in open fires. So this is the setup we have. We develop a room 2 by 2 with a height of about 250 centimeters, and we do some works, and that's the several scenarios. Fire in the center of the rooms, and then scenario 2, scenario 3, and scenario 4. So this is the results. Can you play both video, please? So we carry out some experimental works and some modeling works using FDS. Sekali yang sebelah kiri juga, Pak. Sekalian. Nah, okay. You can see the comparison. And then the interesting result was the velocity factors, actually, that will show you how the mechanism of the cooling by the mist is actually works. Yeah. So, yes, I think, yeah, it's still only the fire at the moment. It's fire start earlier on the right. And then now we can see on the left in the modeling slides, video, it will start now. The water mist is start now. So you can see the velocity factors. Yeah. So the cooling is occurring now, and in the experiment, you can see that the fire is already extinguished, and on the modeling side, is extinguished as well. So actually, the water mist is really an engineering system. It's not applied just by following the standards, because we really need to understand the fluid dynamics of the fires, during fire conditions. Otherwise, it will result in unexpected outcomes. So I don't know. I will to have your comments later, maybe. Okay, next. So this is the result. So it's very quick. It's about say 60 seconds, 60 seconds to extinguish the fire in this particular experiment. So I think this is the end of my presentations. Hope later we can discuss. So the challenge for the application of the water mist system, and first is for tunnel fire protections, battery fires, large-scale research facilities is needed because we want to validate the result of the modeling works and the real experiment. And then Adrian didn't mention before, but for our experiments, our experience, the maintenance side of the water mist fire protection system is very challenging because it requires a very clean water and then a very consistent maintenance program, even using the what we call it, ultrasonic system to clean up the nozzle. Yeah, and then the last one, the most important thing is always the human capital development of fire engineers who learn more and more and have a contact with the real cases. So to end my presentation, I would like to thank my department, Contact 1304 of the BSN, Contact 9109 of BSN, Mr. Pancawardani and Kuswantoro, who did the works nicely. And it's real. Why? It's very important because the work that was carried out and I present here was carried out by two firemen and firewomen. Mr. Pancawardani and Mr. Kuswantoro works for fire service of Jakarta. So now they not only have a firefighter but also fire engineers. So hopefully this is a kind of development that not only for Jakarta but also for other cities of Indonesia and of the world. Thank you for the RPM, UI, and the students. Okay, thank you. I return to Mr. Chair.
Terima kasih Profesor Julianto. Saatnya kita memasuki sesi tanya jawab. Namun sangat disayangkan untuk Mr. Akalu cannot join here. So bisa bertanya pada 4 presenter yang ada. Mungkin kita akan buka untuk 3 penanya terlebih dahulu. Silahkan nanti menyampaikan nama, pertanyaannya dan ditujukan kepada siapa. Silahkan. Mungkin sambil menunggu penanya bisa kita recall sedikit mungkin karena tadi terlalu panjang ya. Untuk waktunya mungkin tadi dari Mr. Hilman bercerita tentang pengalaman Singapura terkait adanya kebutuhan NZE, kemudian dibutuhkan battery menghasilkan new challenge. Sudah ada standar metode yang diterapkan dan beberapa tahapan untuk pasif aktif dan intervention dari fire brigade. Kemudian dari Mr. Vincent Lee, new technology, new innovation from Zephyr about how to tackle the fire from battery, and then from Adrian Fang about the water mist technology from Hydrocore, and then Mr. Professor Yulianto about research to test the water mist in lab. So please, if you have question. Oke, nama ditujukan kepada siapa dan pertanyaan apa? Ada mic yang bisa diberikan?
Ya. Oke, terima kasih untuk kesempatannya. Perkenalkan, nama saya Fawas. Sorry, I speak in bahasa. Oke, nanti ditranslate. Tadi saya ingin bertanya kepada Mr. Adrian Fang tadi ya, yang dari Singapura. Ya, jadi saya tertarik dengan apa tadi teknologi water mist ya, dan tadi juga penjelasannya cukup detail gitu. Saya hanya ingin bertanya, seberapa efektifkah teknologi water mist dan terutama nanti penerapannya ketika sudah masif di Indonesia seperti apa? Terus teknologi tersebut cocok untuk kebakaran jenis apa atau mungkin juga skala yang seperti apa? Tadi saya agak miss juga di situ. Terus apakah kemudian teknologi tersebut cocok untuk diterapkan sebagai penanggulangan kebakaran jangka panjang atau mungkin untuk jangka pendek saja? Barangkali itu, terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Kita simpan dulu penanya kedua.
Good afternoon. My name is Kamaru from Sirim. My question to Hydrocore about the water mist. Since it's published in the BS standard, so how about is there any provision to use the water mist in document B in the UK? Is there any provision to use the water mist in the common document B in the UK? I mean the building code. In the building code, is there any provisions to use the water mist instead of sprinkler system?
Okay. Third question. Okay.
Ya, perkenalkan nama saya Agung Juli dari Relawan Pemadam Kebakaran. Saya ingin bertanya.
Maaf, tadi namanya siapa?
Agung Juli, Pak.
Kepada?
Nama saya Agung Juli, Pak, dari Relawan Pemadam Kebakaran.
Kepada siapa pertanyaannya?
Pertanyaannya ditujukan kepada Mr. Lee dan Mr. Hilman. Baik, dari yang kita lihat paparan tadi, kebakaran pada baterai itu sangat sulit dipadamkan ya Pak. Jadi yang saya ingin tanyakan, bagaimana pencegahan terbaik agar tidak kebakaran pada baterai? Karena di Indonesia ini kendaraan tidak hanya mobil ya Pak, ada juga motor listrik dan juga sepeda listrik. Seperti itu Pak, terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Sudah 3 penanya, kita langsung berikan kesempatan untuk menjawab kepada para presenter, mungkin dipandu oleh Anugraha, silakan.
Terima kasih. Mr. Fawas ya. Asking to Mr. Adrian Fan about the effectiveness of water mist technology and what kind of fire class that water mist can be applied. And then the third, was the water mist technology for fire extinguishment for long time or only short time? Yeah.
What's the second question again?
Pardon
What
me?
is the second part of the question?
The second part is effective for fire class. I mean,
Fire
yeah,
class.
fire class. I
Yeah.
mean ABC.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, water mist is widely used in all of ABC, but particularly Class B has been proven, I think, water mist to be the most effective on Class B. So, for take tunnel or as an example, right? So previously, a lot of countries uses foam system for tunnels, but now more and more countries are mandating water mist only for tunnels. So Singapore is using low pressure water mist, right? We're installing in one. India, all the tunnels are high pressure water mist, right? Europe, mostly high pressure water mist, but there isn't too many new tunnels in Europe, obviously. So it's class because of its effectiveness on Class B, but Class A definitely very effective, or in some cases more effective, especially for recess or let's say places, complicated places like hotel. So when we talk about Class A, there are different kind of Class A fires, right? So for benches, for bedrooms, right, for beds, right, or for different kind of furniture, it's quite different. So water mist has been proven and tested. FM also have different fire tests for Class A and Class B. So for Class B, our FM approval is on machinery room, as well as on, if it's a relatively open space, it's local protection. And for Class A, for FM is OH1. Hazard category HC1. FM is HC1, HC2, HC3, which includes a lot of Class A. And in Europe is OH1, OH2, OH3, right? And of course, OH2 is actually more Class B because of the parking. Yeah.
And that about the duration of water mist. Can it stand for longer time?
The history?
Yeah.
The duration?
Yeah,
so,
duration.
so duration usually we design according to 60 minutes? The duration of the length? The lifetime? So each system differs. So our pump unit, particularly pump unit, everything, actually, first of all, everything touches water in our system are stainless steel, which is a huge advantage to the duration, because I know in USA, the biggest concern about sprinkler system today is corrosion after 10 years. And so our system, we provide like at least 30 years of, and our pump is water lubricant, so it doesn't require oil change or anything like that. Yeah.
Tadi dari Mas Fawas ya. Bagaimana bentuk jawabannya? Oke, sudah ya. Baik, lanjut ke Mr. Komaru question.
Mr. Kamaru asking about the provision of water mist in building code.
Standards, right? Standards. Yeah. So in Britain, there is a BS 9999, and that clearly states you can choose between sprinkler and water mist. So I know for a fact in USA, it still says sprinkler and alternatives, right? But Britain actually it says sprinkler and water mist. And Britain is also the only country I think the only country, correct me if I'm wrong, that have a residential water mist code, which is BS 8458. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Komaru. Okay. Next from Mr. Agung. Untuk Mr. Vincent Lee and Mr. Hillman. Yeah. So it's about sorry.
Yeah. Mr. from Red Car from Relawan Kebakaran asking asking about the fire prevention for battery. Yeah. How to prevent fire outbreak in battery system.
So you two. So battery is difficult if already happened, if the fire already happened. So how to prevent? So both of you can answer maybe. Thank you.
So how to prevent the battery fire? I think usually we have to work on the battery thermal runaway stage. How can we avoid the thermal runaway propagation? That means thermal propagation to try to limit not more than 3 cells. If we can limit the propagation of the heat within 3 cells and with our cooling mechanism, that means to cool down the cell temperature, also the air temperature inside the pack, even the cells have released combustible gas, but air temperature inside the pack is lower than combustible gas ignition point. So those combustible gas, those flammable gas will never get burned. So if gas cannot be burned, so we can prevent the fire. That means we can avoid the fire go outside of the pack. And the pack should be the minimum, the smallest protection unit. So can I explain well? So
maybe Mr. Hilman can add some
Ya, saya
answer.
cuba dalam bahasa ya. Jadi soalannya tadi prevention, masalah apa? Prevention ya. Ya. Jadi kalau tadi dalam presentasi saya tu ada dua aspek. Satu masalah produk, the product. Kemudian kedua itu masalah environment. Ya. Jadi kalau dua-duanya itu harus work hand in hand. Ya. Environment dengan produk. Kalau sudah fire ya, kalau apa tu, satu masalah produk, kalau produk itu tidak ada safety standard, ya, kita gunakan apa-apa battery ESS yang tidak ada standard, bisa enggak? Jawapannya bisa-bisa saja. You can use any product with no standard, which means your building punya environment itu fire safety system harus lebih intense lah. Harus you have to put in more stringent requirements dalam you punya building fire safety system. Ya. Jadi standard itu penting. Kalau di Singapura ya, because kita tu punya existing building with existing fire protection system. Jadi kalau kita mau retrofit semua building, contohnya produk kita tidak ada standard, berarti existing building kita tu harus retrofit semua. Berarti you have it's a lot of work, a lot of money, banyak cost, banyak kerja, banyak cost. Berarti you punya battery harus punya standard. Itu salah satu orang kata passive strategy. Ensure that your ESS follow a standard. Kalau di Singapura dia punya standard we are following sekarang itu adalah UL 9540 dengan UL 9540A. Berarti dua ya, produk dengan environment. Produk itu harus ada standard. Kalau tidak punya standard, berarti dia punya risikonya lebih tinggi lah. Ya. Jadi itu salah satu cara kita memastikan bahawa is one of the ways to one of the ways of prevention of battery fire lah. Jadi satu cara kita prevent to prevent battery fire. Maaf.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent Lee and Mr. Hilman. So I want to add, standard is important, maintenance important, and do not modify. Yeah. So this experience from pengalaman dari kebakaran Indonesia tadi sudah disebutkan tadi pagi, banyak terkait listrik ya, yang konslet, yaitu standar sudah ada, kuil pemasangan sudah ada, tapi dipakai tidak benar, dimodifikasi sendiri, itu yang juga mengakibatkan kebakaran. Jadi mungkin terkait juga dengan itu. Baik, apabila masih ada penanya yang mau bertanya, kita akan buka lagi session tanya jawab. Ada yang mau bertanya lagi? Baik, kita masih punya waktu sampai ya sekitar 10 menit lagi ya. Baik, tadi dari Mas siapa? Silakan.
Ya, mohon izin saya Ji Bintang dari Rekayasa Keselamatan Kebakaran UNJ. Izin menanya untuk Mr. Lee. Dari presentasi yang disampaikan, perusahaan Anda telah memproduksi banyak teknologi di bidang baterai. Dan juga saya lihat perusahaan Anda ini banyak mensupport brand-brand kendaraan listrik di Cina. Dan di Indonesia ini telah terjadi pergeseran kendaraan menjadi kendaraan listrik. Dan pertanyaannya adalah apakah perusahaan Anda ini sudah mempertimbangkan untuk memproduksi kendaraan pemadam kebakaran dengan khususnya teknologi listrik? Cukup.
Oke. Ada lagi? Mungkin 2 penanya lagi? Baik. Silakan Pak Nugraha.
Mr. Lee, a question for you from Red Car. He is question about will you produce fire truck driven with electric battery? EV fire truck, yeah.
So EV fire truck, not specialized fire truck for EV, no, for to tackle EV fire, no.
No, about EV fire truck.
EV fire truck, yes.
Now we just produce, we said BRTS battery intelligent thermal management system to keep the battery, each cell of the battery in the right temperature. This is our first product. Second product is battery intelligent detection system. Those we use composite sensors, and then we put this composite detect inside the pack to monitoring the cell become thermal runaway or not. So the product is battery intelligent cooling suppression system. We inject clean agent. This clean agent is non-conductive. That means we inject non-conductive clean agent inside the pack to cool down the cell temperature and the air temperature inside the pack. And level 4, that means we buy from traditional fire as a fire alarm or fire extinction system to apply the solution on the capital level to do the after fire detection and the after fire extinction. So we just supply to those kind of electrical vehicle manufacturers and the BSS manufacturers. So we support fire truck OEMs to produce electrical fire trucks. So we don't produce electrical fire truck. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think we can conclude this evening session. We face new challenges. So society evolve, technology evolve. So also the challenge is getting more difficult. So like we don't have EV battery before, and now we need electrical battery for vehicles and then for energy storage. So we need new tools, new methods, new standards, new best practices. So those experiences already shared by the 4 presenters here, and that's what we want, and want to get benefit from such seminar or conference. And we keep continuously learning and improving. So thank you to all the presenters. Give applause, please. Thank you. And before we will have a token of appreciation for all the presenters, will be given by Mr. Peter and Mr. Teguh from BSN. Please, stand in front. Vincent Lee.